Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are going to be building a user authentication with Node.js and Flutter. So we'll be making sure that we'll be implementing that on Flutter. So make sure that you know how to implement RESTful API and how to store even tokens, JSON web tokens on your device using Flutter Secure Storage. So without wasting much of the time, let's create a new folder. Let's just call it Node.js server. Okay, so in this folder I'm just going to open my terminal on this folder. If you're using Windows, you can use command prompt. So I'm just going to type in npm init. So this will create a package, a JSON package for our project, right? So you can just skip all these other things. For the author, you can just put your name. Yeah, everything is okay. Then we can type. Okay, so let's go on and open the folder using our text editor. As for me, I'm using Visual Studio Code. Okay, so let's go to our projects. Okay, so this is the package, right? So let's open another window or terminal window, because we need a few packages for us to work on this project, right? So what we need is we need Express, because we'll be using Express to create our server, right? Okay, we also need Mongoose. Okay, I made a typo. Okay, let's change this to Express. We also need NodeMon. So NodeMon is a library that allows us to make sure that when we make changes to our server, there's no need for us to actually restart our server. It restarts it on its own, right? The other one that we need is a JSON web token. Okay, so now that we have our modules, as you can see, now we have Node modules, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a few folders, right? So we need the models folder. We also need the controllers. So the controllers are the ones that they link the outer world with our server, right? And then we also need the middleware. We also need the middleware folder. Also, I made a typo. Let me just get rid of it. So let's just throw it. Okay, we have the middleware. I also have the routes folder. Okay, we also have the routes folder. Okay, like this. And then now what we need to do is let's create another file called server.js. So this is the default file for application, right? So what we just need to do is we need to create a constant variable express, which we are going to set to the express package that we just installed, right? And then we need to create another variable called app, which are going to set to this variable express here. All right, now what we need to do is we also need Mongoose. But since we are using MongoDB, Mongoose allows us to connect to MongoDB, right? And it also allows us to create schemas, MongoDB schemas, right? Like this. Now what we need, let's just use Mongoose, mongoose.connect. Okay, if we just mongoose.connect, so we are going to connect to the database process.env.db. So I'm just going to create this env file in a moment, right? And then what we need to do is to make sure that if there is an error, right, make sure that if it's a success, right, we just need to show on the console that we are connected to the DB, connected to DB, right? Else what we just need to do is we need to just catch that error, and then we'll just display it on console so that we know that why is it our app is not connecting to the DB, right, like this, right? All right, so now what we are going to do, we are now going to use app, which is Express.js, like this. Since our server, we are going to be consuming our API, RESTful API in Flutter using the JSON format, so we need to make sure that we tell our server that we are using the JSON format, right? The other thing that we need to make sure that the URL encoded, we need to make sure that extended is set to true. Extended is set to true, like this. Okay. All right. So once we are done with this, we need to make sure that we listen to our server. So if we are going to be consuming this API on our Flutter, we need to make sure that we'll be listening to this server on a port, right? So this port, I'm just going to create it inside the env file, which we are going to do next, right? So we are going to make sure that if this port is occupied, right, then we are going to use the port 6000, right? Then after that, we just need to console log, and then just make sure that you use backticks. Okay. App running on. We just need to display on a console that our app is running on port. Process env.port, like this. Okay. So that's it for listening to API. Now what we need to do, right, is we need to make sure that we create the .env file. So inside our .env file, right, we just need a few things. We need the port. So we need to set the port to 4000, right? And then what we need the DB. So for the DB, this one, what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to pull out my browser. So just make sure that you create a MongoDB account. If you have not created a MongoDB account, there are a ton of videos that can help you create a MongoDB database. I'll put those videos in the in the link description. Okay. So what I'm just going to do here is okay. Let's go back. We need to make sure that shell JavaScript MongoDB. Okay. So since we are using VS Code, right, I'm just going to copy this. And then I'm just going to paste it inside. Command V. Okay, so let's paste it inside. We need the database username. Okay, the username. So let's go back again to our MongoDB, and then go to database access. So inside database access, so I think it's either it's advanced or database. I think it's database access, right? Okay. Okay, so let's edit it. The password. So let's edit the password, auto-generate password. So let's copy the auto-generated password here. And then what we just need to do here is we need to paste it here. And then for the username, let's go again. Let's check. I think this is the username. Let's copy it. And then let's paste it here. All right. Since we are done with this, what we need to do is let's go into our package.json. If you go into our package.json, like right inside our scripts, I want you to go inside scripts, right? So inside our scripts, what we need to do is we need to write start, and then we are going to use our nodemon package, which is going to be nodemon. We are telling nodemon to start server.js. So the server.js is this file that we have created here, right? So if I run npm start, I think says that Mongoose error says that it must be a string, so I think there must be something going on here. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is let me just copy this DB URL here, and then let me just paste it there. So let's try to save it, and let's try to see if our server is going to restart. So npm start. Says that mongodb.connect, it must be a string. So let's check what happened. What did I do wrong? So db is equals to mongoose, mongodb. Everything is correct. What I think is wrong is the password. So let's go to okay, let's auto generate this password, and let's copy it. And then once you're done, make sure that you update the user, because if you don't update the user, we're going to be getting some errors, right? So now here, this is the password. Let's just remove it, and then let's paste this one. Okay, and then let's save it. npm start. App running on port undefined. Okay, I know what's going on here. It's saying that the port is undefined, right? So let's go back and check why it's saying that the port is undefined. So I say app.listen process.env.port. If that port is not available, then we are going to use 6000 console.log. I think everything here is saying that make sure you have mongoose.connect. Here it's a mongoose.connect process.environment.db, then console.log error. Okay, so let's just check. Let me check this out on Stack Overflow and see what's causing this error. Okay. I think I know what's going on here. So we are using .env, but we didn't install the package. npm install .env, and then like this. Okay, so we need this package. If you don't use .env, it's supposed to require .env, because if you don't configure, if you don't use this package, we are going to get an error. Yeah, so let's just make sure that it's configured, right? Then let's npm start like this. Okay, npm start server. Mongoose is saying that better authentication. I think it's because of the password issue. So let's go backend and let's check database access. Okay, database. Let's try to connect. Let's copy this. Let's go back and then let's change that. I think the username is Isheunesu. That's my name. And then the password, that's what we need right now. So if you go back to database access, you go back to Isheunesu here. And then what we need is the password, edit password. Let's auto generate it and let's copy it, and then let's make sure that we update the user, and then let's make sure that we just put it here. Okay, all right, so let's try to save. Okay, now you can see now it's saying that connected to DB. So there is one thing that I'm not understanding inside scripts. So inside scripts, make sure that it's start node-mon server.js like this. Okay, so now what we need to create a model, right? So in the model, so when building our backend, you'll find that most of the time we are going to be working with HTTP methods, right? So HTTP methods are just instructions that tell a web server what action to perform on a resource. So for example, the web server that we are going to be building is our backend system, right? So the HTTP methods are the ones that are going to be telling our web server or our backend what type of resource or what type of action to perform on that resource, right? So you find that we have different HTTP methods. The first one is the get method. So this get method is used to retrieve data from a resource. So you find that when we will be using our routes that exposes like our backend to the outside world, we'll be using get request to get data from our server. And then the post request, we'll use that one to send data to create a new resource on our server, right? For example, when a user is logging in on our backend system, right, we'll use the post request, or maybe when we are posting a new job vacancy, we'll be using a post request, right? And then a put, we use the put to replace an entire resource with the provided data in the request, right? So if you want to replace a resource that is already on the database, right, it's best to use a put method, right? But if you want to partially update a resource, you use a page method. So a page is more of you are adding a page to a resource that's already there on the database. And then if you want to delete a resource on the database, we'll be using the delete HTTP method, right? And then one of the things that we will find most of in this backend course that we will be working on is the HTTP status code, right? So you'll find that we have informational responses, that is from 100 to 199. We have successful responses from 200 to 299. We have redirectional messages, that is from 300 to 399. And then we have the client error responses, that is from 400 to 499. And then we have server error responses, that is from 500 to 599, right? And then you'll find that on successful responses, mostly we'll be working with the 200 HTTP status code, right? So the 200 HTTP status code, which is okay, tells us the request has succeeded, right? And then we have the 201 status code, or created status code. This status code, it tells us that a new resource was created on our server. For example, when a new user creates an account on our system, we'll be using 201 status code to show them that a new resource has been created, right? And then we have client error responses, right? For example, a client, in this case, when working with web servers, right, we have a client and then we have a server, right? In this case, our client is our mobile application and then our server is our backend system, right? So for example, we have the 400 status code, which is a bad request. So this tells us that this server will not process the request due to something that might be a client error, right? And then we have the 401 status code, unauthorized status code. So you find that when we are working with JSON web tokens, right, you'll find that we'll be using the 401 status code to tell the client that if they are not authenticated, right? And then we have the 403 or forbidden status code. So for example, if a user's JSON web token expires, right, that means they cannot access the resource that they are supposed to access. We will tell them using the 403 status code, that is the client does not have access right to that resource, right? And then we have the 404 status code. So if you're familiar with this, you always see it in memes. The 404 status code, it just tells us that the server cannot find the requested resource, right? And then we have server error. And then the most common one on the server error is the 500, which is the internal server error, right? So this just tells us that the server encountered a situation it does not know how to handle, right? So this is our entity representational diagram for our job search application. So you can see we have the user schema right here that will contain the information for the user. We also have the company schema, right, that will store like the company details. And then we also have a category, right, where that will show us where a vacancy belongs, right, if it belongs to a certain category, right. We also have the application, right. So our mobile application will allow users to send application to different companies, right. And user will also have their resume, right. As you can see, we have the resume schema that is responsible for storing the resume details of a specific user. And then the application is going to store like the resume and then the user, company, and then it will also show if the user's application has been accepted or not. And then we have the vacancy schema, right? That's going to store like our job vacancies for a certain company, right? And then we also have the favorite schema, right? So if a user wants to add a certain vacancy to favorite, it will be stored inside our favorite schema, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's start working on our backend, right? So let's start working on our backend. So let me just open my Visual Studio Code and then let's start working on our backend. So now I'm just going to add a few folders, right? So we have the model folder and then we also have a middleware, right? The middleware folder, and we also have the controller folder, right? We also have controller folder, and then we also have the routes folder, right? Routes folder, right? So basically, I'm just going to explain this folder structure right here. So the model just represents how our data in the database is going to look like, right? For example, in the user model, it's going to represent how the user data is going to look like inside our database. Also, have the controller. So the controller is responsible for accepting requests and also making responses to our client side, right? And then we have the route folder. So routes, what routes do is the routes expose our backend system, our API, to the outside world. When I mean to the outside world, in this case, it's going to expose it to our Flutter mobile application that we are going to be developing, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's create the user model, right? So I'm just going to create a user model.js, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create this constant variable Mongoose, right? And then we are just going to import the Mongoose variable, Mongoose, right here. And then we need to create a user schema, right? So a schema is just going to represent how our data is going to look inside our MongoDB, right? So we're going to use Mongoose to schema, right? And then the first thing that we need, our first field, is going to be the username, right? The username is going to be of type string, right? It's going to be of type string required. Yes, we need it. So we need to make sure that required is set to true. And then, is it going to be unique? Yes, we also need it to be unique. So unique is also going to be true, right? And then the next one that we need is the email, right? The user's email, right? So the email, the type is going to be a string, right? Is it required? Yes, it's going to be required, and also it's going to be unique, right? The next one is going to be first name. So the first name type is going to be string. So first name, it doesn't need to be unique because we can have multiple users that have the same name, right? And then we also have last name, the user's last name, right here. Last name, okay. And then we also have the verification field. So verification is going to be a type of Boolean. And then default is going to be false, because by default a user is not verified unless they verify themselves. Okay, so default is just going to be false. And then we are also here going to have like a phone number. So let's just phone number is going to be a string. Phone number is going to be type string, and then default, let's just put a default value, right? So the default value for the phone number, let's just say 1234. That's our default. And then we are also going to have like the user type variable, right? So user type variable, it's also going to be of type string, and then required also is true, and then the default value is going to be user, and then it's going to be an enum, right? Because we are going to represent multiple values, right? We have the user, admin, and then the third one is going to be a hiring company. Okay, so the next field that we need is profile image is just going to display the user's profile, right? So it's going to be of type string. And then also have password. Password is going to be of type string. And then is it going to be required? Yes, we need to require it. It's required, right? And then after this, what we are going to do is we are just going to use to do certain transformation to our MongoDB schema, right? So we are just going to use the toJSON method, right? toJSON method. And then what we are just going to do is we are just going to use a transform function, because we need to do some certain transformations, right? This transform function is going to take in our document and then our return statement, right? And then what we are just going to do is return, we need to return user, we need to return user ID, right? Which we are going to set into the one that MongoDB gives us, the default that MongoDB gives us, right? Which is underscore ID dot toString. Let's just convert it to a string, right? toString like this, right? And then after this, what we basically going to do is we are just going to delete the default ID that MongoDB gives us, and then we are just going also to delete return dot underscore v, this variable that MongoDB gives us, right? So it's supposed to be double underscore, right? Okay, so now we are done creating our MongoDB schema, right? We are done creating our MongoDB schema, right? So for us to use it, also what we need to do is we are just going to say module.exports is equals to mongoose dot model, and then our model is going to be user, and then we are just going to pass in user schema, right? Like this. Okay, I'm just going to pass in what our user schema like this, right? So now if we move on to our controller, right? Now if we move on to our controller, what we are just going to do is we are just going to work on the logging new user and registering users, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create user auth controller.js, right? So first we need to initialize our user schema, right? So let's utilize our user schema, which is called to require the user model like this. Okay, and then we also need to initialize JWT, which is a JSON web token. JSON web token, and then we need bcrypt for encrypting our password, right? So what I'm just going to do is we didn't install bcrypt, so I'm just going to install bcrypt. All right, so now we are installing bcrypt, right? So before we start working on our model, right, what we're just going to do here is I'm just going to explain what is JSON Web Token, right? A JSON Web Token. So this is a JSON Web Token. So JSON Web Token are just used to authenticate users, right? For them, and we also use them to restrict certain resources from users, right? If we want to protect certain resources so that they are not used by users who are not authenticated, we use what we call a JSON Web Token, right? So a JSON Web Token contains a header. So this header, it specifies the token type and the signing algorithm, okay? So we have the header on the JSON Web Token, and then we have what we call the payload, right? So the payload, it contains the claims, which are statements about the user. For example, to the user's email, username, maybe first name, last name, and also additional metadata, right? And then the last item is the signature, right? So the signature, what basically the signature is a signature is just created by encoding the header and the payload that we talked about in the previous year. It's just that's the signature. It's created by encoding these two, the header and also the payload, right? So, and then basically, how does JSON Web Tokens work, right? So, for example, on our application that we are going to create, right? The user authenticates. When our user is authenticated, that means if our user logs in, right? The server then generates a JWT, a JSON Web Token, right? So this JSON Web Token is sent to the client and then is stored often maybe in local storage or HTTP cookies, right? In this case, we are going to be storing it into our local storage. We are going to be using shared preferences in Flutter, right? We'll see when we move on to the front-end side, right? So the client includes the token in the HTTP authorization header for request. For example, if we want to request a resource that restricted, right? In our header, we have to put in the authorization with our JWT, right? To tell our server that, okay, we have the right to access this resource, right? And then the server will then validate the token to see if it's valid or if it's not. So for example, if the user is not authenticated, right? It will show the user maybe you are not authenticated. That's 401 status code, if you still remember from when I talked about HTTP status code, right? And then if the user is not validated at all, it doesn't have the right to access that resource, or maybe their JWT expired, maybe we just show them the 403 status code. That is that they are forbidden from accessing that resource, right? So that's basically JSON Web Token in a nutshell, right? So now let's go back to our controller folder, and then let's continue working with what? Let's now work on the user module, right? So what I'm just going to do is use module.exports, right? Okay, it's supposed to be curly brackets, not. All right, so the first method I'm going to create is create user. That's the first method that I'm going to create here. So it's going to be an asynchronous function, which is going to take in a request and a resource, right? A request and a resource, right? And then, so to verify if the user's email is correct, we are just going to use this email regex, right? You can just search on it on Stack Overflow or on the internet, right? Email regex, right? Like that. So I'm just getting squiggly lines. I don't know why I'm getting squiggly lines here. Okay. I think it's because we made a mistake. It's supposed to be square brackets. Right. All right, so now we are just going to check if email regex dot test. We are just going to test request dot body request.email. So if it's not, then we are going to just show the user that the email that they entered is invalid, right? And then we will show them 400 status code email, invalid email, right? And then after this, the next thing that we need to do is create a variable for the minimum password. Minimum password length, which is equal to 8. That's the minimum password length, right? So what we are just going to do is we are going to check if the request.body.length is less than the minimum password. So if it's less than the minimum password, then we'll just show the user that they need to enter a password that has at least 8 characters, right? That is at least characters. All right, and then after that, what we just need to do is we just need to create a try catch block, right? A try catch block. So first thing, we need to check if the email exists. So I'll just say email exists, which is equal to await user dot find one, right? User dot find one. So if this email is found, that means that we already have an existing email in our database. So what we will just do is we'll just tell the user that this email already exists, right? So if email exists, what we are just going to do, we are just going to return a response.status 400, right? .json, right? And then the status is going to be false, and then the message is going to be email already exists. Email already exists, right? And then the next, what we need to do is we need to encrypt the password, right? We need to encrypt the password because when we are dealing with password, that's sensitive information. So we need to make sure that when we are storing these passwords in our database, they're encrypted, right? So to encrypt the password, we'll just use the bcrypt.hash. So this hash, right? And then we'll just put in our password. And then what this value 10 value that to do is that when our password is encrypted, right, bcrypt is just going to add 10 additional values to our password so that no one can just guess what our password is, right? So now what we are just going to do, let's create a new user, which is going to be user, and then the username is supposed to be is equal to request.body.username, and then first name is going to be request.body.firstname, and then last name is supposed to be request.body.lastname, and then we have email, which is request.body.email, and then we also have user type, which is equal to user by default, right? And then password, which is going to be equal to our encrypted password, like this, right? So after we are done with this, what we are just going to do is we need to just save this data in our database. So new user.save, right? And then after we have saved this database, what we are just going to do is we are just going to return a response.status with status code 201. So if you still remember when we talked about HTTP status code, I say that the 201 status code is the one that we use when we show that a resource has been created successfully, right? So we are still getting this red squiggly line is because we need to use a catch block to catch any error that might pop up on our application, right? So for example, we are just going to return a response.status, right? Response.status 500.json, and then the status is false, and then message error.message. Okay, so it's supposed to be, let's just say error.message. Okay, so that's it for our creating our user. And then we also need to log in your user, right? So login user, we'll create a method log in user. So this is going to be an asynchronous method, request response, and then how we try. So we also need to verify the user's email address. So I'm just going to paste the email regex that we did in there, and then also need to check the password length. Okay, so let me paste it again, password length right there. And then we need a try catch block, right? A try catch block. So user, so our user is equals to, if a user is equals to await user.find1 email request.body.email, right? So if, for example, if we don't have this user, right? So this means that this user does not exist, or the user is not found, right? So we just say user not found. User not found. Right. And then what we're just going to do, if user, that means that we have our existing user, and await, right, bcrypt to compare. So now we are just comparing the passwords, right? So we are just going to compare the password that the user entered on our front end. So that's the requested body, that's the requested body dot password, and then we are just going to compare it to user dot password, right? So if they match, then that means that the user entered the correct password, right? And then what I'm just going to do, we are just going to create a user token. A user token. So to create a user token, we just use JWT.sign. So if you still remember, when we talked about JWT signature, so it's just going to sign, right? We are just going to sign, and then we are just going to pass in the ID. So if you still remember, this ID is going to be in the payload, right? So this is going to be payload, and then also user type, which is going to be user dot user type, and then email, also email, which is going to be user dot email. Okay, So now we need to provide a key for us to sign our JWT. So it's going to be a secret key. Process.env.jwt secret. And then we need to provide like the timeline in which our token expires. So our token is going to expire in 30 days. Right, let's just say 30 days, right? 30 days, right? So in this case, we didn't create the JWT secret key, right? So let's go inside our env folder, right? If we go inside our env folder, so I'm just going to create a variable JWT secret, which is equal to JWT secret, which is going to be equal to, let's just call it job search, right? So that's our JWT right there. All right. And then after we do that, what we just need to do is we just need to create a variable with this with the password, and then others, right, which is equal to user.doc. Okay, it's supposed to be underscore doc. That's going to be the user document, right? And then when the user logs in, we're going to just turn status code 200, right? Status code 200.json, right? And then we are going to pass in others, and then the user token. Okay, it's supposed to be 3 items, and then user token right there. Okay, so the reason why we use password and then others is that we have the password, we are destructuring, we have the password and then others, and then in this, if we get a successful response, right? If we get a successful response, what we are just going to do here is that we are just going to exclude the password. We are going to return everything else except the password and then the user token, because you don't want to send the user password as a request, right? In case someone just uses maybe brute force to try to break into your server, okay? And then after that, response.status 500.json, and then status is false, and then you need to pass in the message, which is going to be error.message. All right, so now we are done with creating our user controller. Now let's move on to the user auth route, right? So let's create a user auth route.js. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to first get the router from Express. So I'm just going to require Express, and then router like this. All right, and then and then we need the auth controller. So it's supposed to be user auth controller. User auth controller, right, is called to require. Controller. User auth controller. Okay, so now we need a router. So we're just going to say router dot post request. So if you still remember when I talked about HTTP method, that the post request, it allows us to create a resource on the server. In this case, register user. Right, that's our router A, register user. And then I'm just going to say auth user auth controller dot create user. So yeah, it's supposed to be controller. So I made a mistake. This is supposed to go inside the controller, not the middle. It's supposed to go inside the controller, right? Controller / user controller. Okay, and then router dot post, right? And then we also need login user, right? So we need login user. It's going to be user controller dot login user, right? We are done with our router, right? So the router is always short. So let's move on to our server.js, right? So let's move inside our server.js. So inside our server.js, what we are just going to do is inside our server.js, what we are just going to do is app.use, and then what we are simply going to do is we are going to use / API / and then auth. Now we need to import our auth router, right? Constant user auth route is equal to require. Routes, and then we are going to use user auth route, and then user auth route like this, right? So now we are done with our API. So let's try to run our API, and seems as if we are getting an error here. It says that it cannot find bcrypt.js. So I think we made an error when we installed bcrypt. It's supposed to be bcrypt.js, not bcrypt.js. Okay. All right. Let's try now. Okay. Router.use was a middleware function but got an object. All right, so I think there's an error with route. Okay, let me check what's causing the error. So it's saying that require constant route. So it's really route. It says that router requires a middleware function but got an object. So I think it might have to do with create a user, login user. Okay. So let's check the server.js user route order. Server.js. So server.js. Okay, let's try to run it again. Let's see. Okay, let me see what's causing this. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. The problem is that we didn't export our route, right? So I just figured out we didn't export our, so we need to module dot exports, right? This goes to router. Was if you don't do that, it will see these other items as an object. Right, so let's see. It's saying that router is not defined. Okay, so router. Okay. Now let's run it. Okay, now our server is now running. So let's test our server to see if it's working, right? So let's just test it out to see if it's working. So right here I have job board, register, login user. So we have our body, and then let's try to register. Let's see. Yeah, user not found. Yeah, folks, this user we haven't registered, so the user does not exist, right? So yeah, let's put in another field here, username, and then it's going to be Ishones. Yeah, okay. So let's change this from login user to register user. Okay, it's supposed to be register user. Let's send it. Okay, it's telling us that password must be at least 8 characters long. Okay, that's good. 8. Let's send it. User created successfully. Now you can see user is now created successfully. So let's just get rid of this. Okay, and then let's just change our URL to login user. It's saying that user token is not defined. Okay, so the problem is, like, I think inside our controller, let's go inside our user login user, right? It's saying that user token is not defined. Okay, so I think I see where the problem is. Okay, all right. So the problem is why it's not defined is that this or item, it's supposed to be it's supposed to be inside our if statement, right? That's why it's not defined. So let's just put it inside our if statement like this. Right, so let's go back. Let's try to save. Our backend should work now. Let's see. Okay, so not server.js. Let's try to not server.js. Okay, now our backend is now running. So let's try to log in. Yeah, you can see now our backend is working. We have the user ID, username, you can see email, and then phone number, user type, user. And then also have like user token. You can see this is the user token right here. So now we are going to work on the JSON Web Token middleware, right? Okay guys, so let's continue with our job search right here, right? So now we are going to work on the middleware, right? So as you can remember, I said that a router exposes our API to the outside world. So I want you to think of a middleware as a gate. So before we expose our API to the world, right, the middleware runs before that route, right, so that it checks maybe to authentify if the user is able to access that resource. So that's what a middleware is. A middleware simply runs before the route runs, right? It's more of like a gate before we expose our API to the outside world, right? So now we are going to work on our middleware. So this middleware, I'm just going to call it verify token.js. Okay, so let's import JSON Web Token, JWT, right? Okay, so let's create another which we'll call authenticate token, which takes in a request, a response, and the next middleware. Okay, so the first thing that we need is an auth header, right? An authentication header. So this auth header, we are just going to get it from our request.headers, and then we are going to get it from the authorization, right? we are getting from the authorization header. So if I go to Postman, right? So let me just go to Postman, right? You can see authorization, this authorization header right here. As you can see, we have this bearer token right there. So we are going to be getting our auth header from the from the authorization, right? Okay. So now what we need is to get our token, right? So to get our token, we are going to get it from the auth header, right? Auth header, and then we are going to split, right? We are going to split empty space, right? We are going to split the empty space, and then we are going to get the first item from the empty space, right? Since we have the empty space, it's going to be represented with 0. Think of it as an array, right? So for example, if we go into our Postman, we have this bearer token right here, right? This bearer token right here. So we are going to, auth type is going to be bearer, and then there's going to be the space. The first item in our space is going to be our token. That's the token that we are extracting here. This token that we're getting here. Okay. So now what we are simply going to do, we are simply going to check if we have no token, right? So if somehow we don't have a token, right? If somehow we don't have a token, we are just going to return a response.status, right? Let's return a response.status 401. Status 401. Response.status 401, and then let's return a JSON response, right? And then we have the message, right? And then the message is going to be access denied. And then no token provided. And then if we have a token, then what we just do is we use JWT to just verify the token, right? So to verify the token, we need to provide the token, and then we need to provide our secret key. If you still remember from our secret key that we have put here inside our .env folder, right there. So process .env .jwt secret. Right. And then let's put a callback function, which is going to be asynchronous. We have the error, and then we have the user, right? And then what we are going to do, we are simply going to check if there is an error, right? So if there is an error, we are just going to return response.status 403, right? And then we're just going to display JSON response. Status goes to false, and then the message is going to be invalid or expired token. Invalid or expired token, right? And then we're going to set our request is going to be equal to request.user. This goes to user, right? And then after that, just going to pass in the next method, which will pass our request to the next level, right? So this is our authentication token, right? Using JWT, right? And then what we are going to do right here is I'm just going to create some couple of methods, right? So the first method is verify token verify token and authorization. Verify token and authorization. It's going to take in a request, a response, next. Right. And then what I'm just going to do is authenticate token, press response, and then let's pass in this function right here. And then what we are going to do is we are just simply going to check if request.user type is equal to, if the request.user type is equal to admin, right? So we want to check if it's equal to admin or is equal to user or request.user is equal to hiring company, right? Let's click on hiring company. So let's go into our user module. Let's check. What did we call it? Yeah, hiring company. Okay. If it's like that, then we're just going to return next function, which is going to exit. And then else, what we're just going to do, else, that means that they don't have these user types right there. So we are just going to, since they don't have the permission, we are going to display the response.status 403. JSON, and then status false, and then message, and then the message is going to be you are not allowed to do so. Okay. And then we need to verify the hiring company. So there are some routes whereby those routes are just going to be accessed by the hiring company. So let me just pass in. Let's remove the user. So we want the admin to be able. So I'm just going to change this to verify hiring company, like this. Okay. And then some routes also are going to just verify the admin. So to verify the admin, we'll just get rid of the user and company, and then we'll just say verify admin. So just remove those items. Okay. So now that we are done with our middleware, what we do is we need to just export them. And then verify token and authorization, and then verify hiring company, and then we also need to verify the admin. Alright, so now we are done with our verification token middleware, right? So the next thing that we need to work on is we need to work on the company. We need to work on the company authentication, right? So we need to work on the company authentication. As you can see, we have this company schema, company table right here. So it's going to have address, logo, phone number, site link, email, approved, password, and then user type. So let's work on it. Okay, so here let's create a company model. Company model.js, right? Okay, so let's create a Mongoose, which is equal to require Mongoose. And then let's create company schema. Which is equal to new mongoose.schema. So this schema, we are going to have name field. It's going to be of type string. That will be the company name, and then required is equals to true, because we need the company name. And then address also. That is the company address. Required is equals to true. And then also need logo. We don't need the logo. And then we also need a phone number. Phone number is going to be of type string. Required is equals to true also. And then we need a site link. It's not supposed to be required. And then we'll have email. Required email type of string. Required is equals to true. And then unique is equals to true. And then we also have the approved field. Type is going to be Boolean. And then default is supposed to be false. And then we have the password. Password type string, required true, and then no, password should not be unique. Let's remove that. Right, and then we have user type. The default value for the user type is going to be false. No, the default value is going to be a hiring company. Hiring company, and then it's going to be an enum. right? It's going to be an enum, and then we have user, admin, and then hiring company. Okay, so now we are done with our schema, but what we need to do is we need to apply we need to do some transformation, right? So I'm just going to JSON like we did now, following transform, and then we're going to just create a function when taking a document 10. So what I'm just going to do is we need to just return company ID. And we're just going to set it to our underscore ID that is created by default by MongoDB string. Okay, and then we are just going to delete 10.id, and then we are also going to delete underscore v that comes with it, and then also we need a timestamp. Set timestamps to true. Okay, so let's just cut this. All right. Okay, it's supposed to be here. Okay, timestamps goes to true, and then after this, let's just export this schema. Module.exports. This goes to Mongoose dot model. Model is going to be company, and then let's provide the company schema. Okay, like this. So this is like our company schema right here. So after we are done with creating our company model, so now what we just need to do is we need to create our company auth controller, right? Okay, so this company auth controller is just almost similar to our user controller, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy our user controller, and then I'm just going to paste it inside our company controller, and then we are just going to change a few things. Okay, so let's go back and copy the import statements. Right, so let's copy them. Let's go inside our company controller. All right, so here what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to change this to company, and then let's make sure that we are getting informed the company model. All right, and then what we can do now is we can change from user.find1 to company. So this find one method allows us to find the only email, right? So if it doesn't exist, then so now we just need to change this to new company. So this is supposed to be new company. Okay, so if we go inside our company model, we have the company name. With the company name, we also have email. Okay, we have email, and then I think company address. Do we need it on when we are creating? Yeah, I think let's just include it. Company address. All right, so let's get rid of the, and then here for user type, we are just going to make sure that it's set to hiring company. It's already set to default, so basically we don't need it. All right, so here what we got, we have name, the company name, the address, email, and password, right? So it's supposed to be new company dot save. Let's just say company registered. It's supposed to be registered. Company registered successfully. All right, so let's go to our, so here let's change it to create company. Create company. Let's check if everything is intact. Right, yes, so everything is intact. Right, so login company. Let's change this to login company. All right, what we basically need to await user, so it's supposed to be await company dot find one, right? Company. So if that company is not equal to now, then company, and then we are going to compare with the company dot password. All right, and then the user type is supposed to be company dot user type. Company dot user type, like this. Okay, so let's go back inside our user auth control. I think we made a mistake here on our JWT. It's supposed to be user type. So it's okay, it's correct. Okay, email, user dot email. No, it's supposed to be company dot email, not user. Company dot email, and then everything else is okay, right? Everything else is okay. So what we are doing is we are creating a method for registering our company, which is the hiring company, which is this create company method, right? The first thing is we are going to check if our email has this format. If it doesn't, then the email is going to be invalid. We're just going to return a 400 status code telling the user that the email is invalid. Remember I said like the 400 status codes are for displaying like client errors. And then if we are going to check the password length. If the password length is less than 8, we are going to tell the user that their password must not be less than 8, right? And then we are going to wrap this inside a try-catch block, and then we are going to check if an email exists. To check if an email exists, we use the find one method, right? Which is going to just find this only field right here, right? So if that exists, right, we are going to tell the user that this email already exists. That means that that user is already registered, right? The next thing is we are going to encrypt the password. We don't want to store raw password inside our database. So to do that, we use a library called bcrypt, right? So bcrypt and then hash. We are just going to hash this password, and then this 10 here represents the characters that are going to be added to that hashed password, right? So that the password is not the exact length as the one that the user enters, right? So for example, if the user enters the password with 10 characters, it's going to add 10 more placeholders, so that the password is not exactly the same length as the user entered, so that when someone cannot brute force this password, right? And then so when creating our new company, we need the company name, address, email, and then password, right? And then we are just going to save it. If it's successful, we are just going to return a 201 status code telling that the company has been registered. Otherwise, we're just going to display a 500 status code, right? Same as we are doing with the login when we are logging in the user, right? So now what we are going to do, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this user route, and then I'm just going to create a company auth route, company auth route.js, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to paste this right here, and then we need to go to controllers and then company auth route, right? Company auth route, and then instead of register user, we're just going to change this to register company, right? And then login user, let's change that to login company. Okay, like this, right? And then this is supposed to be company auth. Let's rename it to company auth, right? And then what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to change this to company auth controller dot create company, right? And then right here company auth controller dot login company, right? So login company and then register company, right? And then if we go inside our server.js, right, let's just copy this right here. I'm just going to copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here. And then what I'm just going to do is let's also copy this right here. Let's paste it below, and then it's supposed to be routes, our routes folder, and then our company auth route, right? So let's change this to company auth route, right? And then here company auth route, right? So now let's start our server. So to start our server, what I'm just going to type is npm start. Right, so our server is now running on port 6030, right? It's now running on port 6030. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to bring Postman, because we use Postman for testing our RESTful APIs, right? So this is register company, okay? And then we have the password, we have the name, and then we have the address. Okay, so I think we can add one more field to this. If we go back to our company controller, let's go back to our company author controller. Let's check, we have phone number. So I think we can add the phone number. It's going to be request.body.phone number. Okay, request.body.phone number. Okay, so let's just restart our server, npm start. Okay, right, so let's try to register company and then let's see. So it's telling us that password must be at least 8 characters because we have our password is. Okay, let's try again. The password must have at least 8 characters. Alright, but our password is 8 characters. Let's see. right. Right, so let's this was phone number, not password. So okay, you can see now this we are getting a status code company has been registered, company registered successfully, right? So now let's try to log in the company. So this is the login company. So let's just get rid of all these. We must be left with only these two items here. So okay, I think there's a typo there. So we are getting user is not defined. So I think when we refactored our code, we forgot the user. So let's go to our create login company method. Somewhere we forgot the user. Company password. Okay, here it's supposed to be company underscore ID. Okay, underscore ID, and then it's supposed to be company underscore doc. All right. Okay, so I don't know why the server is not. Okay. So let's change this from user token to company token. All right, so let's just change this to company token. Okay, so now let's try to log in. Yeah, now you can see our login is working. We have our ID, company name, address, phone number, email, approved false, so we are not yet approved. Then user type is hiring company, and then this is our JWT token right there, which is our company token. Okay, so in the next video we are going to be working on the categories and then the vacancies, right? Now we are going to be developing our categories, right? So if you see from our database schemas right here, or entity representation or diagram, you can see that we have the category where each vacancy will belong to a certain category, right? And then each category is going to have an ID, a title, and then an image to represent like the category image, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's start working on the category, right? So let's move into our models folder, and then let's create a file, the category model. Category model.js, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this user schema right here, right? So let's go inside our company model. I want to check if everything is correct. Yeah, everything is correct. So inside, I'm just going to close some of these files right here, right? and then inside our company model, I'm just going to paste this, and then I'm just going to change this to category. Then let's change also to category schema, right? So let's change this to category schema. And then for our category, what we need is we need a title. So let's just change this to title, and then let's get rid of the other fields. We don't need them, right? And then we also need an image. So an image required this goes to true, and then our category ID unique is also equal to true, but for an image we don't need the unique attribute, right? So let's change this user ID right here to category ID. Okay, category ID right there, right? So this is our category schema right here. So now what I'm just going to do is, before we move into our category controller, right, we are just going inside our middleware, right? Inside our middleware. So inside our middleware, what we are going to do is we are going to create a middleware for uploading the category image, right? So to do that in Node.js, we use a library called Mouter, right? So let's just name it category upload.js, right? So now what I'm just going to do is npm I Mouter, and then save, because we just need to save it, right? Okay, so now that we are done with installing Mouter, now we just need to initialize Mouter, right? Right, so, and then we also need the path, right? This library is default in Node.js, right? Node.js gives us this package by default, right? So the first, we need a storage variable, right? Storage variable. So this storage variable, I'm going to say Mouter.disk storage. Since we are going to be storing these images inside our disk, right? So inside our disk, that means our laptop disk, right? So the first thing that we need is the destination, right? We need the destination, and then it's going to take in a function, a request file, and then we are going to have another, which is a callback function, right? And then we are just going to return the callback function, and then the first parameter is going to be null, and then we are just going to provide the path where our images are going to be uploaded. So uploads / categories, right? So now what I'm just going to do is, let's create that folder, right? Inside our root folder, uploads, right? We have created this uploads folder, and then inside this we need another folder again called categories. Okay, now we are done, right? So this is our destination, and then now we need a file name, right? So now another attribute is going to be the file name, right? It's going to have a function. It takes in a request, file path, and then a callback function, right? Like we did previously. Okay, so we're going to have a file name. We don't want to use like the original name. So what I'm just going to do is, for our file name, right, we are just going to use the date when the image was uploaded, right, and then underscore, and then plus the file.original name, the original name of the image that was uploaded, right? And then once we are done with this, what we can do is, after this, we need to create a filter, a file filter, right? For example, we don't want users to upload like very large images, right? So we need to filter out that. So file and then callback. So the first thing that we need is acceptable extension, right? So I'm just going to call it acceptable ext, right, which is going to equal to we want .jpg .png and then .jpeg, like this, right? And then what we are just going to do, if it's not an acceptable extension, right? So if we want to check if that includes path dot extension name file.original name, right? And then we are just going to return a callback function, right? So we are just going to return a callback function if it does not include what? This acceptable extension, right? So callback function, and then we are just inside the callback function, we are just going to display an error, right? So the error message is going to be only .jpg.png are allowed, right? Like this, right? And then after that, what we need to check the file size, right? So if the file size, and then we need to pass an integer. So request, we are going to check it from request.headers, right? And then content length, like this, right? That's the file size. We are going to get it from request.headers content, from the content length, right? So if that file size is more than 104.8576, that is if it's more than 10 megabytes, right? We are just going to return a callback, and then the callback with an error message, file size is too big, right? Else outside we are just going to return a callback function null and true, right? So now we are done with the file filter, and then we have the storage. So this storage is basically pointing to where we want to store our file size inside our disk storage. When you mean our disk storage, you mean our hard drive, right? So the destination is going to be our uploads folder inside our categories folder, which is inside our uploads folder, right? And then the file name is going to be the date where the image was uploaded, plus the original file name that the user uploaded it with. And then we have the file filter. What the file filter basically what it's going to do is we are going to check if any of our images has this extension .jpg, png, and jpeg, right? If it doesn't include those extensions, right, we are just going to return this error. Only jpg, png, jpeg are allowed, right? And then we need to check the file size. So to check the file size, we just pass an integer from the request.headers, right, which is the content length, right? If that is more than 10 megabytes, we are just going to tell the user that what the file is to be, right? And then now for uploading our image, what we're just going to do is let upload, right? Let upload is equal to Malta, right? Malta. And then we need to provide the storage. For our storage, we'll just provide our storage variable that we created right there, right? Storage. And then for our filter now, file filter, we'll just provide the file filter variable that we created above. And then for the file size, right, we are just going to use 104.8576, right, which is 10 megabytes, right? And then we need to export this so that we can use it inside our controller. Module.exports is equal to upload.single. Since we are just uploading a single image, we use upload.single. But if you're uploading multiple images, then you can use an upload.multiple, right? So we are done with our category upload middleware, right? So now let's go inside our category controller, and then let's create a file called category controller.js, right? Okay, so first things first, we need to get our category module, right, which is our category module and then category module, right? And then we need to use the upload middleware, right? So we are just going to get it from our middleware, right, which is category upload, right? Okay, so module.exports is equal to, right? So now let's create a category model, a category method. Create category, right? And then async request, and then response request, and then response. Okay, and then we use our upload, and then request, response, and then it takes in another function again, which takes in error as an argument. And then what we are just going to do is we are going to check if we have an error. What we are basically doing is we are just going to display a response.status code 500, and then a JSON. Our status is false, and then our message is going to be error.message, right? So okay, I forgot the curly brackets right here. All right, now we need a title. Constant title. Our title is going to come from request.body, and then also need a path. So this is going to be the path for our image. It's going to come from request.file, by request.file, which should make sure that it's not equal to undefined. It's not equal to undefined. If it's not equal to undefined, then for the request.file.path dot replace. So there are some characters that we need to replace, right? So we need to replace \/ /g, and then comma, and then /, and then if it's equal to undefined, then we'll just make sure that it's just empty, right? So I suppose with / there, okay, and then like this. All right, so now we are just going to check if the title is null, and then also if our path, if we don't have an image path, right, we are just going to return a response.status code 400, right, with please fill in the fields, right, missing field, right. That will be the message. Okay, so now we need to create a new category, right? So now we just need to create a new category to save the category inside our MongoDB database, which is going to be equal to our new category, right? And then our title is going to come from the title, right? And then our image is going to be our path, right? It's going to come from our image path, right? And then after this, what we are just going to do is we are just going to use a try catch block, right? And then we are just going to save this data inside our MongoDB, right? And then if it's successful, we are just going to return a status code, right? 201, category saved successfully, created successfully, right? Else what we just need to do is we just need to catch any errors, right? And then we're just going to return status code 500 if there is an error, right? So this is our first method for uploading our category to our MongoDB database, right? Now the second method that we need is for getting all the categories, right? We need to get all categories. So it's for getting all the categories, right? It's going to be an async. It's going to take in a request response, right? And then we are just going to return this, right? So let's use a try catch block, right? Let's get all the categories, right? So to get all the categories, we'll just use await category.find, right? Category.find, right? The find method, we use the find method to get all the categories, right? And then response.status code 200, right? Response.status 200, and then we don't need this message here, right? We don't need this message here. We'll just pass in the categories inside, right? With our response right there, right? And then if there's an error, we can catch it using a catch. So if there's an error, now we are just going to return a response status code 500, right? With the error message, right? Okay, right. So now that's basically it for the category, but we need another method, right? So let me paste this method right here, and then I'm just going to call it delete category. So forgot the semicolon, delete category, right? Find category. Find by ID and delete, right? And then ID is goes to request.parameters.id, right? And then we then use this ID to delete, right? And then once that is deleted, we just need to display a message. So this message is going to be category deleted successfully. Okay, so now what we are just going to do is let's go and inside our routes folder, let's just copy this user route right there. Copy the user route, and then let's create the category route.js, right? And let me paste it here, and then it's going to be category controller. Category controller. And then category controller, and then here what we are just going to do here is so we're just going to use this post method here. So post method, if you remember when I talked about the post method, when we are creating items, or when we are creating new items in our database, so it's going to be category controller dot create category, right? And then we are also going to use the gate, right, for getting all the categories, right? So it's going to be category controller dot get all categories, right? And then we are just going to use the router.delete method to delete our item from the database. So we'll provide a forward slash, and then semicolon ID. So this represents a parameter. Then it's going to be category controller.delete category. Okay, so now what we can simply do is let's go inside our server.js, right? Inside our server.js, we are just going to say app.use /API /categories, right? And then let's just import our category route. right. All right, category route. Okay, now here we go. So let's run npm start, right? Okay, so now let's test our API using So now let's just test our API using let's just test our API, right? So it's let me just copy this right here, copy, and then first of all it's supposed to be categories. Let's try our get method. So you can see, yeah, we have an empty, we haven't created any category yet. The get method is working. So let's just try our post method, right? So in post main, just go to body, right? And then form data here. And then title, our title, let's just go check. And then let's change this from text to file. And then here I'm just going to call it image, and then we need to select an image from our local machine, right? So I'm just going to, and then let's try to send it. So it's saying that no such file open uploads categories. Okay, so let's go inside our categories. So we made it. I made a typo here. It's supposed to be uploads, right? Uploads. Inside these uploads, we have our categories, right? So if you make a typo, you will get similar errors. So let's try again. So I think it's because our server broke down. So let's run it again. All right. Now let's try to send it. Category created successfully. You can see now we have uploaded our category successfully. So if I try to get this category, you can see now we are getting the category with the title, image, and then with category ID right there. Category ID, right? And then let's try to see if the delete function is working. So to use the delete function / then let's paste in the ID, right? Category deleted. You can see now it's deleted successfully. Now you can see, okay. Now we can see that, yeah, we don't have anything. So let's just post it. Yes, now. Okay. So perfect. Our API is working perfectly. So next section, let's work on the vacancies. Guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video, we are going to continue with building our backend system for our job board application, right? So in this video, we are going to be dealing with the vacancy schema, right? So as you can see from the vacancy schema, it's going to have the ID, a description, requirements, skill tags, experience, salary, and then benefits, and also have company, right? We also need the company ID so that we can know which company uploaded this vacancy, right? We also have the category, also category ID, so that we would know which category does the vacancy belong to, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's start building our backend, right? Right, so the first thing that I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy I'm just going to copy our category schema right here, and then inside our modules folder, I'm just going to create a folder called vacancy model.js. Right, so I'm just going to paste it inside, right? And then I'm just going to change it to vacancy schema. And then let's change this item to vacancy. And then vacancy schema, right? Like this, right? So for the vacancy schema, we need a title. For the vacancy, we need a title. We also need a description, right? Also need a description, which is going to be the vacancy description, right? So it's going to be of type string. And then we also need requirements, right? Requirements, and then we also need a salary, right? We also need a salary. We also need a salary. The type is going to be number. And then yes, the salary is required. And then we also need benefits. Okay, benefits. And then we also need a reference to our category schema, right? So it's going to be category, and then the type is going to be mongoose.schema. In this, we are just telling us Mongoose that we want a schema dot types dot object ID, right? And then yes, required must be equal to true, and then it must refer to our category. So the reference is going to be the category schema, right? The reference is going to be the category schema, which is here, our category right here. So that's going to be a reference. So if you have worked with SQL before, just know that this is more of like a foreign key, right? It's more of like a foreign key, right? And then the next one is going to be company. Company type is going to be mongoose.schema.types .object ID, right? Required, yes, it must be set to true. And then the reference, in this case, our reference in this case, we need a company model, right? So let's go to our company model. So reference, we are referencing this company right here. Okay, so let's just go there. Let's just put it there, right? Okay, so now that we are done with this part, let's then change this to vacancy ID. And then everything else is okay, right? So now the next is we need to now start working on the controller, right? We need to start working on the vacancy controller. So first we need to get the vacancy model. And then we need a vacancy model right there, right? And then so let's just make sure that we'll be exporting the functions that we'll be creating here, right? So the first function is going to be create vacancy. So first we need to destructure the title, description, category, salary, right? Which is, we need to make sure we are destructuring, which is going to come from the request.body, right? And then we are simply going to check if we don't have a title, if we don't have a description, and we don't have a category, and also if category, and also if we don't have like a salary, right? So, and then response.status, right? 400.json, and then let's just make sure that status is equal to true, and then the message must be you have a missing field. Okay, and then let's use a try catch block, right? So new vacancy is equal to new vacancy model, and then we pass on the request.body. And then we are just going to await new vacancy.save, right? We are saving it into our database, right? And then you just 201 status code to show that vacancy created successfully, right? And then we need to catch we need to catch any error. So we need to catch an error. We're going to res.status 500, and then we need to display the error.message, right? And then now the next method is for searching for vacancies, right? So we forgot something. Before we search for vacancy, we need an index, right? So if we go to our vacancy schema, right, we are just going to create an index. So that's going to be vacancy schema dot index, right? So this index is going to take a look at we need a title, right, use of type text, and then we also need a description, which is of type text also, right? So this, we need this index right here for what? For searching for items in our MongoDB database, right? So now let's go back to our vacancy controller, and then let's start working on the search method, right? Search vacancy method, right? So it's going to be search vacancy. I think I'm taking a request response, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we need to a query. So we need to get a query which is equals to request.query. Okay, it's supposed to be curly brackets, not square brackets, right? Right, like this, right? And then we are going to just check if not query, right? So if there is no query, right, what we are just going to do is we are just going to display a message that query parameters are required. Query parameter is required, right? Like this, right? And then if we have the query, we are just going to wrap around in a try-catch block. Now we need to get the results. So the results are going to be equal to await vacancy model dot find, right? So we need to find text with also a search parameter which is equal to query. Okay, like this, right? Now the next thing that we need to do is we just need to display those results, right? Response.json, and then we pass in the results. Response.json message, and then we display the results, right? Like this, right? And then we need to catch an error. So we need to catch an error, which is response.status code 500, right? If we have any error, right? So that's it for the search method. Now we need to go on to the next method, which is for getting all the vacancies, right? Get all vacancies. Right, so we're going to vacancy model dot find, right? We are going to find the vacancies, right, by title. So we are just simply going to find the vacancies, right, like this. And then also we also need to populate, right? So we also need to populate with the company information, right? Path. The path is going to be the company schema, right? And then we are going to populate using what we are going to populate it. We are going to populate using the following fields. So name, and then space address, and then space logo, and then space phone number, and then space, and then email. Right, so those are the values that we want to populate with our vacancy. And we also need to populate also with a category, right? So the path category, and then select, right, we're going to image, and then title. All right, so those are the values that we need. And then after this, what we simply need to do is we need to return a response.status code 200, right, with the vacancies, right? With the vacancies. Okay, so here let's just return the results without like this, right? Right, so now we are done. Now we need to just catch the errors. Okay, so status code 500, we are done with this. I think it's because we are missing another curly bracket here, right? And then the next method is we need to get vacancies by ID, right? So we need to get vacancies by ID, get vacancies by ID. Request response, right? Get vacancies by ID. So we need to get an ID from request.parameters, right? Request.parameters.id, like this, right? And then try catch block, right? So constant vacancy is equal to await. So vacancy model dot find by ID, right? And then we simply need to just pass in the ID like this, right? And then we also need to populate the category, right? So we just copy this right here. I think we also need to populate also the company also, right? So right. Okay, so now that we are done with the vacancy part, what we just simply have to do after this is response.status response.status 200, and then we need to just pass in the vacancies. And then we just need to pass in the vacancy like this, and then we need to catch the error, right? Any error that appears here, we just simply have to catch it, right? All right, now that we are done, the next one that we are going to use is get vacancy by category. Get vacancy by category, right? Like this, get vacancy by category. And then we should make sure that ID is equals to request.params.id, right? And then let's use a try catch block, right? So we need to get the vacancies, right? Vacancies vacancy model.find, and then here for the category, right? The category, we just want to retrieve it. We just want to retrieve a vacancy that belongs to this category, right? Remember, in our vacancy schema, right, we reference this category here field. So if we pass in the category ID here, it should return to us a vacancy that belongs to vacancies that belong to certain category, right? And then what we are after we are done with this, we also need to populate this vacancy with also. So let me just copy this and then let's populate. Okay, so now that we are done, so let's just have response dot status 200, and then we pass in the vacancies, right? And then now we need to catch the error, right? Like this, right? And then we just display response status code 500, right? And then the last method, right, that we need is filter vacancy, because we need to filter the vacancies, right? Filter vacancy. So first we need try catch block, right? Try catch block. Okay, so let's just catch the error first. Okay, right. And then what we need to do is, let's just create a variable. We need to filter by title, minimum salary, right? Filter by the minimum salary, maximum salary, and also we can also filter by the requirements, but let's just leave it. Let's just use the title, minimum salary and maximum salary. So this is going to come from the request.query, right? Going to come from a request.query, and then I just make sure let filter, right, equal to empty set, right? So if we have the title, right, if we have the title, and then filter.title, this goes to a new regular expression, right, like this, right? And then now we need to take care. So if we have any of the minimum salary, right, or the maximum salary, right, if we have any of those values, right, what we are simply going to do is filter put salary is equals to, because we need to, and then we are just going to check if minimum salary is greater than or equal to, right, is greater than or equal to, and then we just pass an integer here, let's just pass a float, and then it's going to be minimum salary, right? Same for the maximum salary, right, like this, right? And then after we're done with this, what we are simply going to do is we're just going to say the vacancies is equals to vacancy.find, and then we pass in our filter here that will contain our variables. And then after this, what we're just going to do is response.status and then we just return the vacancies like this, right? So now we have our vacancy controller. From this vacancy controller, you can see we have this method for creating our vacancy, right? This method for creating our vacancy. So we just use the save function to save our vacancy to our MongoDB database. And then we have this search vacancy, right? The search vacancy, where we first check if we have a query. If we don't have a query, then it will just display this error that a query parameter is required, right? And then we have the results, right? And then to get the results, we are just going to find by our query function, and then we'll display the results, right? And then we also have this get all vacancies method that's going to get all the vacancies that we have in our databases. And then we also have this method get vacancies by category, which is going to just retrieve our vacancies by category. And then we have the filter vacancy, right? Okay, so now that we are done, let's move on to the route, right? So it's going to be a vacancy route.js, right? So this, we need to the first thing that we need to do is we need to initialize the router, right? Which is going to come from Express require Express, right? And then .router, and then our router is going to just come from Express, require Express, right? And then we also need to initialize the vacancy controller, right? Vacancy controller, which is going to come from controller, then vacancy controller, right? So the first we are just going to router.post, right? The post function, since we are going to post, it's going to come from vacancy controller dot create vacancy, since we are just going to create a vacancy. And then the other one is for getting the vacancies, right? The one is creating for vacancies, the other one is to get the vacancy by ID, and then the other one is for searching, right? So it's going to be router.get and then / search, and then vacancy controller.search vacancy, right? And then the other one is for filtering the vacancies, right? Filter, which is going to come from vacancy controller.filter vacancy, right? And then the other one is for getting a vacancy by category, right? So this one, vacancy by category, and then ID, and then it's going to be vacancy controller dot get vacancy by category, right? So we are done with. So what we just need to do is we just need to export module.exports is go to router like this, right? So now we are done with this. We are done with this section here. So let's go into our server. And then what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to get this from, let's get this from a vacancy route, the vacancy route. Vacancy route. Vacancy route, and then let's just pass it here. Okay. All right. API, and then vacancies, right? So now what we just need to do is to run our backend and then test our API. So it seems as if we have an error. npm start. Saying route.get requires a callback function. Routes. Where is it? Saying it requires route.get. So now let's test our API. So the error was coming from that. It was coming because the name of the get all vacancies and get vacancies by ID were wrong. That's why it was giving us an error, right? So now that our API is running, so let's start testing it using Postman, right? So I'm just going to bring out Postman here. So already have this URL localhost 6030 API vacancies, right? Then we have the title, description, requirements, skill tags. Let me check if we had skill tags in our vacancy schema. All right. So let's check vacancy, and then I forgot the skill. So we also need the skill tags, right? So skill tags. The type is going to be an array. Type array. And then required true. Okay, so now that we are done with our schema, okay, so let's start it, let's try to run it. All right, so we need to get the categories first. So because we need the category ID, categories, like this. All right, so let's copy this category ID because we need it. Go back to our vacancies and then just paste it there. And then we also need our company ID, right? Login company. I think we used this one the last time. So what's the body? I don't know why it's not giving us a response. Okay, everything is okay. Cancel. Let's try again. So let me check. Maybe it might be due to company route. Okay, it's supposed to be log in company, right? So let's restart our server. Okay, it's okay like this, right? So under routes company, let's just log in company, let's just copy it, and then let's just use this one right there. Okay, let's paste it and then let's send it. Why is it confusing? Okay, so now we have the company ID here. So let's copy that company ID and then let's go to vacancies. Let's paste it under vacancies right there. Right, so let's try to create a vacancy post. It's a post request. Status false. Validation failed. Salary. Okay. So for the salary part, okay, so for the salary part, I think we made it's a number, so we're not supposed to include any integers, right? So 3,500 like this. Let's send it. So vacancy created successfully. Let's try to get it. The vacancy cannot populate company because it is not in your schema. Right, so let's check our company schema. There might be something going on here. So it's company model. Yeah, we have this one, company. Copy. Let's go to our vacancy controller because they're saying it's not. Get vacancies. Company. It's supposed to be small letter. Alright, so now let's just restart our DB lesson. Alright, let's see. Yeah, now we are getting our vacancy, and also we are also getting like the company, and also we are also getting like the vacancy ID, right? So now what we want to do is we also want to get a vacancy by category, right? So let's go to vacancy route and then vacancy by category. Copy. Let's go inside our postman right here. Right, vacancy by category, and then we need to provide the category ID. Right, let's copy the category ID. Let's paste it here. Let's get, yeah, as you can see, we are still getting it. And then now we need also to search a vacancy, right? We also need to search, and then we need to provide a query. Then query is equals to, let's just say Node.js. Let's see, it's saying null. Right, so vacancy controller, search, get off vacancies, search, query, we need to provide a query. Okay, so it's saying Node.js. So now let's say developer, like this. So it's giving us a null. I think it's because some of this doesn't exist, or there might be a typo somewhere. Search query, Node.js. Okay. Okay. So okay, let's also populate. Let's so create post request. Why is okay, it's because we need to ensure the vacancies. The black key. I think we put title to be unique. So let's go back to our vacancy. Yeah, the title must not be unique. Right, title must not be unique because a vacancy can have like similar title, right? So let's try to restart our server. Let's try to run it. Let's try to post. Quite true. Okay, so let's try to get the vacancies. All right, by Node.js developer like this. Then I think we might have made a typo somewhere. Quite is equals to true unique, so it's okay. Let's change it to Express. Post. Okay, we've created the vacancy. Now you can see we have 2 vacancies now. Okay, so that was it, guys. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So continuing with building our backend for our job board application, right? So in this video we are going to be working with the favorites section, right? So to add a job vacancy to favorites, right, what you need is a user ID, right, so that we can reference the user that added that vacancy to the favorites, right, to the favorite schema. And then we also need the vacancy ID, right, so that we can identify the vacancy that belongs to what, to the favorites, right? So without wasting much of that time, now let's dive into our Visual Studio Code and let's start building our backend. What we need to do now is let's go to our models, right, and then let's create our favorite model, right? So let's just copy this category schema right here, and then let's paste it inside our. So let's change this from category to favorite. And then let's change this to favorite, right? And then let's change it to favorite schema. Favorite schema, right? So that's it for our schema. But now, as from our entity representational diagram, we need the user, right? We need the vacancy reference. So just treat this more of like as a foreign key if you are working with relational databases, for example, such as MySQL or PostgreSQL, right? So the type is going to be a type of Mongoose dot schema dot types, and then we need to make sure that we have the object ID, right? And then required let's just set it to true, right? And then the reference is going to be the vacancy schema, right? So this reference object is just telling us that we are just referencing this schema to the vacancy schema right here, right? That's our reference right there. And then we need to do the same thing for the user, right? So let's change this to user ID, right? Like this. User ID, right? And then here we can also use this to vacancy ID. So the reference in this case is going to be the user, right? So if we go into our user model, you can see that this is our user schema here, which we are referencing in our favorite model, right? So now here we've just created our favorite schema, right? Which is going to have a reference. Think of it as a foreign key for the vacancy ID, right? Since in our favorites table, we are going to have like a vacancy ID, a vacancy, right? And then a user ID. The user ID is used to identify the user that put this vacancy into our favorite table, right? And then to identify that vacancy, we need the vacancy ID, right? So now we are done with the favorite schema, right? So now let's move on to the favorite controller, right? So now let's move into our controllers folder, right? So what I'm just going to do is, let me just create a favorite controller. Okay, right. So favorite, we are just going to require the favorite model because we need to get this favorite model. We'll be working with this favorite model, right? So now we just need to export a couple of methods that I'm going to do, right? So the first one that we need to do is we need to create add favorite. Add job vacancy to favorite, right, method. And then what we need is first we need the vacancy ID. We need the vacancy ID. We also need a user ID, right? Also need a user ID. And then first of all, we need to check if we have the vacancy ID at first and the user ID, right? We need to check to make sure that they are not null, right? So if somehow they are null, then we just alert the user that please provide both vacancy ID and user ID, right? And then now what we need is a try catch block. So we need to make sure that we use a try catch block to catch errors that may pop up, right? And then if there's an error, we just display a status code 500 internal server error, right? Right, so now inside our try catch block, let's initialize our favorite. And then let's pass in the request.body, right? And then the first thing that we need to do is we need to check if a job vacancy already exists in our favorites tab, in our favorite schema, right? So just make sure that if a vacancy ID already exists, then we know that this job vacancy already exists in our favorite schema, right? And then after we have checked, what we'll simply do is we'll just favorite, and then we'll just save it to the favorite schema, right? And then we'll just display a response.status for 201, right? And then the message we are just going to display is added to favorites. Added to favorites, right? And then if there is an error, then we are just going to display an internal server error, right? So now we need a method for getting all the favorites, right? Get because now what we are doing is we need to get the favorites, but to get the favorites, we need to get the favorites using the user's ID, right? Because you find that each user will have their own favorites, right? So we just need to make sure that we find by ID, right? And then after this, we need to populate, right? We need to populate. To populate this, we need to populate it with the vacancies, right? So we'll provide the path. The path is going to be vacancy. The path is going to be vacancy ID, and then we are just going to select. We need the title. Description, requirements, skill text, skill text, experience, salary, and then benefits. Right, and then after this, we just need to display, we just need response dot status. And then we just return the favorites, right? If there's an error, let's just return a response in internal server error, right? and then another method for deleting the favorites, right? Just in case a user wants to remove favorites, right? So we need an ID which is coming from the request.parameters.id, right? Try catch block. So what we need is we need to find by ID and delete, and then pass in the ID, right? And then once the item is deleted, we can just return as response.status code, right? 200 to show that it was successful, and then a JSON message. The JSON message, which is going to be removed from favorites, right? Like this, right? So these are the methods that we need, right? So let me just go through them. We have this method for adding our vacancy to favorites, right? So to add our vacancy to favorites, we need the vacancy ID, and then we need the user ID, right? Which they will come from the request.body, right? And then we are first going to check if we have the vacancy ID and the user ID. If we don't have, we are just going to return the status code 400 with the message that please provide both vacancy ID and user ID, right? And then inside our try catch block, what we need to do is we need to initialize our favorites, right? And then inside the favorites, we are just going to pass in the request.body, right? And then we need to check if a job vacancy already exists in our favorite schema, right? So to do so, we just use the favorite.find one, and then we find by vacancy ID, right? We find it by vacancy ID, right? And then we check if the favorite item exists, right? If it exists, we'll just return a status code 400 with the message that job already added to favorites, right? And then if it doesn't exist, then we'll just save it inside our favorite schema, right? And then we'll then return a status code 201 with the message added to favorites, right? And then if somehow there is an error with our server, we just return status code 500 with the message internal server error, right? And then we have this method for getting our job vacancies from the favorite schema, right? So what we do here, first we need an ID which is going to come from the request parameters.id, right? And then we create a variable to just store like the favorite, right? Which we are going to get by user ID, right? Because each user is going to have like their own favorites, right? So want it to be distinct to each user, right? So we are going to get it by the user ID, which will pass in the ID, right? And then once we do that, we are just going to populate with the vacancy, right? So to populate the vacancy, the path is going to be the vacancy ID, because if we go into our vacancy model, right? Let's go back into our favorite model. We have this vacancy ID. This vacancy ID is referring to our Mongoose schema, right? It's referring to our Mongoose schema, and also referring to our vacancy model, right? That's why you find that we are going inside our favorite controller, right? We are going to populate with the vacancy ID, right? And then the fields that we are going to populate with are going to be the title, the description, requirements, skill text, experience, salary, and then the benefits, right? Once we do that, we are going to return a status code 200 with the favorites, right? And then if there is an error, we are just going to return a status code 500 with the message internal server error, right? And then we have this method for deleting favorites, right? So this method that we have here for deleting favorites, we have first we need an ID. It's going to come from the request.parameters.id, right? And then what we are just going to do here is we are just going to create this favorite variable, and then we are just going to find by ID and delete, which we are going to pass in the ID right here. And then if the deletion process is complete, we're just going to return a status code 200 with the message removed from favorites, right? And then otherwise, if there's an error, we are just going to return status code 500 with the message internal server error, right? So we are done with the favorite controller. Now what we need to work on is our favorite route, right? favorite route.js, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it inside here. So instead of category controller here, I'm just going to change to favorite controller, and then let's get it from the favorite controller, right? And then controller, and then favorite controller right there, right? So what I'm just going to do here to post, we are just going to have favorite controller dot add job vacancies to favorite, right? And then here favorite controller dot get favorites, right? But we need to pass in an ID right there. We need to pass in an ID, and then here favorite controller dot delete the favorites, right? Favorite controller dot delete favorites, right? So now we are done with our favorite route. Right now we need to move on into our server.js, right? So what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it below, and then I'm just going to change this one to favorite route, right? Favorite route, and then we need to initialize, right, routes, and then favorite route, right? And then here we're just going to use app.use, and then API favorites, right? And then favorite route right here, right there, and then passing favorite route, right? So now our backend is complete. So now let's just try to run it, and let's see if it's actually working. Yes, we are working on port now. It's connected to database. Our application is running on port 6013. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to pull up Postman, and then we'll just try to test our backend, right? So what we need here is I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and then favorites, right? And then what I'm just going to do is let's go into our login user route, right? Login user route, and then let's try to log in. Okay, let's try to log in. Okay, you can see now we have our user ID right there. So if you still remember, for us to get like a list of favorites, we need to pass in the user ID, right? As you can see, we don't have favorites currently right now, right? So we don't have right now. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm just going to go to our body, and then what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to use vacancy ID. I'm just going to pass in the vacancy ID variable, right? And then if we go to our vacancies right there, let's just find a vacancy ID that we can use. So let's try to get vacancies. Okay, we have this vacancy, and then this is the vacancy ID right here. Let's copy it because we need the vacancy ID. So let's just copy the vacancy ID right there. Let's paste it here. We also need a user ID. So let's try to get a user ID from this item, right? So user ID, login user, and then let's get the user ID right there. We get the user ID right there, and then let's paste it inside. So now we are doing a post request, right? Added to favorites. You can see now we have added this vacancy to favorite. Let's try again. Job already added to favorites. You can see that we already have this job vacancy to favorites, so that's why it refused, right? But let's go and then let's grab another vacancy ID. Let's grab this vacancy ID right there, right? And then let's go back and then let's try to do a post request again, right? Edit to favorites. You can see now we have added to favorites, get the vacancy, right? So let's try to get the vacancy, and then to get the vacancy, as you can remember, we need to pass in the vacancy ID right here, right? So let's try to get the vacancies. You can see now these are the vacancies that we added to favorites. You can see them right there, right? And then so let's try to delete a vacancy. So let's try to delete a vacancy. You copy the vacancy ID, you just put it after the favorites, and then let's try to delete the vacancy right there. Removed from favorites. You can see that you have removed it from favorite. Okay, so that was it, guys, on adding job vacancies to favorites. So in the next video we are going to be working on the resume, and then we'll work on the application, right? Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to continue with our job board application using Flutter and then Express.js for backend and MongoDB as our database for storing data, right? So in this part we are going to be working with a resume, right? So as you can see, a user can create a resume. So the resume has an ID, the user's resume, which can be in the form of PDF, Word, right? And then we have the user, which is a foreign key. This is used to identify the user from the user table, the user that made that resume. And then we have the title, right? The title for the resume, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's start building our backend, right? So what I'm just going to do is we'll go inside our model, and then I'm just going to create a file called resume model.js, right? So in this resume model.js, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this category schema right here. So I'm just going to copy this category schema right here, and then I'm just going to paste it in, right? So for our resume we need the title, so we already have the title here. So is it required? Yes. Is it unique? No, we don't want it to be unique, right? And then the other thing that we have is so first we need to change this to resume schema, right? To resume schema, and then you also need to change this to resume, and then change this also to resume schema, right? And then another thing that we need the resume, right? So the resume is going to be of type string, right? The resume is going to be of type string, right? And then we also need a user ID. So the user ID is going to be of type Mongoose, of type so it's going to be required, right? And then we want it to reference, right? We want it to reference our user schema that we created, right? So basically what this is going to do is going to be an object ID, right? So if you have worked with SQL, just think of this as sort of like a foreign key, right? It's used to identify the user table, right? Which is user ID. And then as you can see, it references our user schema, which is here. Let's go back inside our user model. So it's referencing our user schema right here, right? So that's it with the resume schema. We only need the title, the resume, and then the user ID, right? And then now Now what we need is we need a middleware for uploading our resume, right? We need a middleware for uploading our resume. So I'm just going to call it resume.upload.js, right? So first thing, for us to upload files to Express.js, right, using Node, we need a Malta package, right? We have worked with it when we were making the categories, right? So we need the Malta package, and then we also need the path. Okay, we also need the path, and then now let's start. Okay, so using Malta package, right, we need the storage. So this storage is just going to point where we are going to upload our resume, right? So the first parameter that we are going to take is going to be a destination, which is a function which has a request, a file, and then a callback function, right? So in this, we create a callback function, and then we provide the destination where we want to upload our resume, right? And then we also need file name, which is also a function which takes in a request, a file, and a callback function, right? And then we just provide like the file name. So the file name is going to be the date which the user uploads it, and then we have an underscore, and then the original file name, right? And then now the next thing that we are going to work on is the file filter, right? Because we don't want users to just upload any kind of files, right? We want them to just upload PDFs, docs, and then a docx format, right? So let's work on this one. So now let's create a variable with acceptable extensions, right? So the only acceptable extension that we want a PDF format, PDF, and then we also want the doc format, right? And then last but not least, we want the .docx format, right? Docx format, right? Like this, right? So now we are just going to check if it's not an acceptable extension, right? That means that we do not have any of these formats, right? So what we are checking is we are checking if in the extension name, right, from the original file name, if we don't have any of these formats, right, we are just going to return a callback telling the user that we're going to return a callback with an error, right? Telling the user that only the PDF format, doc, or docx are accepted. Right. And then now we are just going to check on the file size, right? So the file size, we are going to check it from the request.headers, right? And then from the content length. Right, and then what we are simply going to do is we are going to check if the file size, right, if the file size is greater than 10 megabytes, because we don't want it to be more than 10 megabytes, right? So we are just going to check if it's more than 10 megabytes. So if it's more than 10 megabytes, then we just need to return a callback function with an error telling the user that the file is too big. And then after that, we just return a callback with null and then true, right? So we are done with the file filter. So this file filter, what it's going to do is we create this variable with our acceptable extensions, which is PDF, doc, and then docx, right? And then we check if this file extension exists from the original file name, right? If it doesn't exist, then we'll just tell the user that only these formats are accepted. And then we are going to check the file size, which we are going to get from the request.headers content length, right? If this file size is greater than 10 megabytes, then we are going to tell the user that the file is too big, right? Otherwise, we are going to just return this callback function with null and true, right? So now that we are done, let's now work on the upload file, right? Now, let's create Malta, and then Malta is going to take in a couple of variables. So we need the storage, and then we are just going to pass in the storage variable that we created, right? And then we need a file filter, and then we're just going to pass in the file filter that we created, right? And then the next one is we need a file size. And then let's just pass in the 10 megabytes that we wrote here, right? So let's just copy this and then let's paste it there. Right, now that we are done, now let's just export this function, right? Module.exports is equals to upload, because now we want to upload just a single file, .single, and then single, and then we provide the resume, right? So now what you need to do is inside our, if you still remember, inside our uploads folder right here, you need to create this resume folder, resumes folder, right? Create this resumes folder, right? So now that we are done with our middleware, let's just get rid of these other files. Now let's move on to the controller, right? Now let's move on to the controller. So I'm just going to create a resume controller file .js, right? And then what we need is we need to import our resume model. So we just call it resume is equal to require model and then resume model, right? And then the next one, we need our middleware, our upload middleware, our resume upload middleware, which we are going to get from our middleware, right? So middleware and then resume middleware, right? Okay, so now let's create module.exports. All right, so the thanks function that we need is the function for creating the resume, right? So create resume is going to be an asynchronous function, right? It's going to take in a request and a response, right? A request and then a response. All right, so now, so this is not supposed to be equal, it's supposed to be, and then we are now going to use our upload middleware, right? It's going to take in a request function, a response function, and then an error function, right? And then it's going to take in an error function. Then we are going to check if there's an error, right? We are going to check if there's an error, right? Response.status 500, right? Response.status 500.json. And then our status false, and then message, just want to show the user if there's an error, right? So else we don't have an error. What we're just going to do is we need a user ID, and then the title. So these ones are going to come from request.body, right? Request.body, and then we need the path. The path is going to come from request.file. That is if it's not equal to undefined, right? And then if it's not equal to undefined, then we are going to get it from request.file.path, right? And then we are just going to replace, right? We're just going to replace forward slashes, forward slash, backslash, and then G, and then we are just going to replace this with a forward slash right there, right? And then if not, we are just going to assign it to null, right? So it's supposed to be forward slash there, and then if it's not like that, we are just going to, if it's undefined, we are just going to assign it to null, right? And then now we are going to check if the user ID is not, if we don't have an empty user ID, and then we are also going to check if we have the file path, and also if we have the title, right? So if we don't have these things, what we are just going to do is we are just going to return response to status code 500 with the message user ID, title, and file path are required, right? And then if present, what we are just going to do is we are just going to create a new resume for the user, right? We just go to new, resume, and then the user ID is going to come from the request.body user ID, and then the user resume is going to come from the path, and then the title is going to come from request.body.title, right, like this, right? After we are done with this, now we just need to create a try catch block just in case we have an error, right? And then we just have to catch an error, right? We just have to catch an error right there. So with the try catch block, right, what we're just going to do is we are just going to save our new resume, right? We're just going to save our new resume, and then if it's successful, right, we're just going to turn a response.status code to 201 with the message resume created successfully, right? If somehow we have an error, then we are just going to display a response.status code 500 and then status, let's go to false, and then the message going to error.message, like this, right? And then now that we are done with the create resume function, now let's move on to getting the user resume, right? Get user resume. So this function is simply going to get the user's resumes, right? Request, and then a response. So we need an ID. That ID is going to come from the request.params.id. Right, so that's why you're getting an error, and then we'll wrap it around with the try catch block, right? We'll wrap it around with the try catch block, and then to find the resume, what we're just going to do is resumes is goes to await resume dot find. So we want to find by ID, right? We want to find by the user, right? So not by the ID. We want to find it by the user. So now we have to provide the user ID, right? The user ID, because we want to find it by the user ID because we want to only a user to access only the resumes that they created, not to be able to access other people's resumes, right? And then if it's successful, then we are just going to return a response.status code 200 with resumes. And then if there is an error, and then if we have an error which we are going to catch, we are just going to return a response.status code 500, right? And then we need another function. Another function that we need is the function for updating the resume, right? So we need a function for updating the resume. So let's just copy this get user resume. So let's copy this, and then I'll just paste it below, and then I'll just rename it to update resume. Update resume, and then find by ID and update, right? And then we just pass in the ID, right? We'll just pass in the ID here, the resume ID, and then If it's successful, then we just need to return a message that resume updated successfully. All right, so that's a function for updating our resume, and then we need another one for deleting the resume. So I'm just going to copy this one, they're almost similar, right? So I'm just going to paste it here, and then I'm then going to rename it to delete resume, right? And then here I'm going to change from find and update to find and delete, right? Like this, right? So now these are the functions for our resume. So we have the first function, which is create resume, right? Create resume, right? And then we have another function, which is getting our user resume, updating the resume, and then deleting the resume. Okay, so now let's move on to our routes. So let me go inside our routes folder. So let's create a file called resume route.js, right? So router is equal to, we are going to get it from Express, right? So Express dot router, like this, right? And then we also need the resume controller, right? This goes to require resume controller, right? And then what we need is we also need the verify. We also need verify token and authorization from our verification token below, right? Require. So it's going to come from our middle, right? And then verify token, right? Verify token and authorization, right? So now for creating our resume, we're going to use the post HTTP method, right? If you are not familiar with this, you can check. I think it's my second episode. I talked about post and then get request, right? I talked about the HTTP methods. So it's going to come from resume controller.create resume, right? And then let's just copy this. Let's just copy it and then let's paste it below. And then get and then it's going to come from id resume dot get user resume, okay? And then let's paste it also here, and then it's supposed to be patch. We are going to use the patch method. We provide the id resume dot update resume, right? And then we need to delete resume dot delete resume, right? Okay, so we are done with routes, but what we are left with is to just export the routes function, right? So now let's go back into our server.js right here. And then resume routes, we already have it here. Resume routes, you can import it, and then we just simply use app.use /API/resume. Right, so now let's try to run our API, and then let's try to test it. npm start. Okay, so it's now running on port 6030, so I'm just going to pull on Postman here. So you can use whatever tool that you use to test your API, but I prefer using Postman, right? Resumes, so yeah, so body, so I also have this resume, and then title, I'll just say software engineering resume, like this. Okay, so I'll try to upload my resume. I think I have a resume that I created recently. Yeah, this one. So let me just get rid of this one, because you need. So you can see resume created successfully. So we have created our resume. So I'm just going to change this title right here to Flutter developer resume. So in case you want to apply to multiple positions, if so, I think the server broke down. I don't know why. It's saying that user ID, path user ID is required. Okay, so we see our resume here, but somehow it's saying that our user ID is required. So let's try to just log in, and then let's try to get a user ID. Post login user. Okay, let's try to restart our server here. Right, now let's, okay, so let me just grab this user ID right here, and then let me try to use it here. Alright, so let's try to create our resume. You can see resume created successfully, but somehow it's saying that user ID is required. So I think we might have made a typo somewhere. So let's go inside our resume controller. Let's try to get user ID. It's correct. Okay, here. So we made a typo here. Request.user ID. It's supposed to be capital letter I. So that's why our server is breaking down, right? Because it can't. So now let's try to create the resume. Okay, it's created successfully. You can see our server is not breaking down, so that means everything went perfectly. So I can also change this to, let's say, iOS developer resume. Okay, so right, so now if we try to get this resume, we have to just put in the ID there, and then we'll just try to get, and then you can see here we have our resumes here. We have the Flutter developer resume, and then we also have like Flutter developer resume, and then we also have, I don't know why we are getting the category, why it's giving us category ID. Okay, so let's go back. Resume controller resume. Okay. Resume controller. So get function, get user resume, right? And then we pass in the resumes, right? Okay. Okay, I think I get where we are getting the error. So if we go inside our, let's change this to resume ID. It's not supposed to be category ID. We forgot to change it. It's supposed to be resume ID, right? So now I'm just going to restart the server. Right, let's see what we are getting now. Yeah, now you can see we are getting the resume ID right here. So we can use this resume ID to even delete the resume. So if we say delete here, let's delete it. So it's saying 404 not found. So okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, I forgot to pass in the ID. Okay, like this. So now if I go back, let's try to delete it, to delete a resume. So delete. Okay, so we need to restart the server. All right, now let's go back to Postman. Let's try to delete the resume. Object ID, path ID, resume. So there might be something going on. All right, so let's try to get the resume at first. Okay, so now let's grab the resume ID right here. Let's try to delete the resume. Delete. Custom ID for ID type of ID from the resume. Alright, so I think it's failing because at first our ID was category ID and then we had to change it. Let's check. Okay, get user, update resume, and update. Find by ID and delete. So if we go back to our route, delete. Okay, so now, so let's try to create another resume and then let's try to delete it. Let's see. Post resume created. And then let's try to get all the resumes that we created. All right, iOS developer resume, iOS developer resume. Copy, let's try to delete. Let's see. Delete. Look for value ID. So I think there is an error. Okay, so let me try to find the error. Okay guys, so I managed to fix the error. So the error was being caused by, if you go into our controller, let's go back into our controller, right? Here you shouldn't use curly brackets, right? You should just pass in the ID of the ID of the resume, like this, right? And then so now let's go back and let's try to, so I had already deleted this item. So as you can see, it's telling us resume updated, supposed to be deleted, right? So let's try to get the resumes first, right? So if you can see, we have only 2. So now let me copy this resume ID and then let me just paste it here. So you can see, if I send, you can see now, no, it's not supposed to be supposed to be delete. Now you can see it's saying resume updated successfully, right? I made a mistake. Supposed to be, you should change this to deleted successfully, right? and then to show you that resume deleted successfully. So thank you for watching, guys. So in the next video we'll be working on the applications, right? Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video we're going to continue with building our job board application, right? Continue with our backend. So in this video we're going to be working on the application, right? So as you can see, the application is going to have like the ID, and then we have the accepted, which is going to be a boolean, right? So this accepted is going to tell the user if the application is accepted or rejected. And then we are going to have a foreign key, which is the company, which is going to identify the company that uploaded the vacancy. And we also have the user, right, which is also going to identify the user that also sent the application. And then we also have the resume, right? So the resume, which is going to identify the resume the user sent. And then we also have like the vacancy, right? So without wasting much of that time, let's start building our backend, right? Okay, so now let's go inside our model folder right here, and then let's create an application model. Application model.js, right? So what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to copy our resume model right here, right? Because most of the things are going to be similar. So I'm just going to copy our resume model, and then I'm just going to paste it inside our application model. So let's change this from resume schema to application schema. And then let's also change this from resume to application. All right, let's change this to application, right? Like this. And then let's change this to application schema also. Application schema, right? Like this. All right. So now what we simply have to do is we need to change we have a status. Right, so our status is going to be of type string, right? It's going to be of type string, and then required is not true. So what we simply need a default value for this status, right? So the default is going to be pending, right? Since when a user sends the application, we want it to be pending, and then we are just going to create an enum type with different variables, right? So the first one is going to be pending, accepted, and then rejected, right? So those are the three variables that we want, right, for our status. And then now we need the company, right? So for the company, it's going to be sort of like a foreign key, right? The type is going to be Mongoose. The type is going to be mongoose.schema.types object ID required. Yes, it's going to be true. It's going to reference our company model, right? It's going to just reference our company model. And then the next one that we need the resume. And then it's also going to be of type object ID required true. And then the reference is going to point out to the resume schema, right, to our resume model. And then we also need the user ID also. It's going to be also a Mongoose schema types.object ID, right? And then we need the vacancy ID. So it's also going to be a type of object ID. It's equal to true. It's going to reference the vacancy right here. So here we need to change this from resume ID to application ID. Right, so now we are done with the application section with our application model. Now what we just simply need to do is let's go inside our controller. Let's create an application controller.js. All right, so let's create an application controller.js. So we need application, and then we are simply going to get it from the controller, and then application. No, we are going to get it from the model, right? Model, and then application model, right? Like this. And then the next thing that we need right here is the vacancy model, right? We need the vacancy model. It's going to come from require model, vacancy model, right there, right? And then now what we need is a module.exports, right? And then we need to create an application, right? It's an async function texting the request, the response, response, and then what we are going to need is we are going to need a vacancy ID, resume, company, and then we also need the user ID. So these are going to come from the request.body. Okay, and then first thing we need to check if the application already exists, right? Application exists. This goes to await application, right? We're going to await application, find one. So an application exists, right? For an application to exist, that means that the vacancy ID will already be inside our application. So we want to say the vacancy ID is going to be equal to the vacancy ID, right? If we have a vacancy ID inside our application schema, then that application already exists, right? That means that the user has already applied for that vacancy, right? So now we are going to check if application exists, right? So that means if the application exists, right, then we are going to just return a response.setup code 400 with application already exists, right? And then if that application doesn't exist, now we are just going to check if we have the vacancy, we have the vacancy ID, the resume, company, then user ID, and then if one of them doesn't exist, we're just going to show a status code 400 with all fields are required, right? After this, what we simply need to do is we simply need to create a try catch block, right? So we are just going to catch an error, right? If an error exists, what we are simply going to do is we are going to return status code 500 with internal server error, right? And then let's create a new application, right? New application, which is equals to await new application, right? And then we just need to you just need to pass in the request.body, right? Request.body, right? Just need to provide the request.body. Then we are simply going to save the application, right? New application.save right there. And then after this, we are just going to return a response.status code 201 with application created successfully, right? So that's it for creating our application. Now the next method that we need is for getting application, get application by vacancy, by vacancy ID, right? Get application by vacancy ID. So it's going to be an async to take in a request and then a response, right? And then what we need here is we need an ID which is going to come from ID, which is going to come from request.params.id, right? And then after that, let's create a try catch block, and then let's create a catch to just catch any error, right? And then what we are simply going to do here and say constant application is equal to await, right? So we just need to await application dot find, and then we are just going application dot find by vacancy ID. We are going to find it by vacancy ID, and then we are just going to populate the resume and then the company user ID, and then also I think we can populate we are just going to the company. Let's just populate let's remove the resume, okay, resume, and then user ID. I think user ID. So let's just populate the company, right? Let's just populate only the company. So the path, so we need the path. The path is going to be company, and then from this company, what we need to select different variables, right? So we are just going to select, we're just going to select the name, address, logo, email, right? And then email, like this. And then I think we can also do, let's check the company schema. I think we can also do for phone number. Yeah, I think we might actually need phone number. Okay, and then I think we can also populate. Let's populate. We can also populate, I think, user ID. User ID, and then we can also populate resume and then vacancy ID. Yeah, also this. Okay, so now that we are done with this, what we can simply do is now we can return res.status res.status 200, right? And then .json, and then we'll simply pass in the application, right? So yeah, so now we can simply pass in the application like this. Okay, now let's we got application by vacancy ID, and then the next thing that we need to do also is to get applications by user ID. So let's just copy this right here, let's paste it below, and then let's change to get by user ID. So we are going to change this to user ID like this. Okay, user ID, And then, all right, so let's just, to make this neat, let's just put in a new line so that becomes readable. Okay, so we are just going to populate. So here I'm just going to put curly brackets here, and then I'm going to say path resume. Okay, so we're supposed to be inside curly brackets path resume, and then so here path user ID, path user ID, and then we also have path for the vacancy ID. Okay, right here. All right, so I think we also need to do the same here because we might end up getting an error. So okay, so let's repeat inside the curly brackets, then so this will be path and then path. All right, so get user by application, and then we also want to get applications by. So here we need to change this to user ID, okay, which is correct. Also, we also want to get applications by company ID. So I want to get applications whereby if a user applies to a certain company, so we just want to get those by company ID. So let's change this to company. Yeah, company right there. And then I think everything else is just the same. Everything else is just the same. And then the other thing that we need is we need to update the application status, right? So before we do that, let's just delete an application. So can a user delete an application? Remove an application? Yeah, okay, let's do it. Delete user application. Think. So we need, first we need an ID, which is going to come from request.params.id, right? And then we need a status, which is going to come from request.body right there. And then let's do a try catch block, right? Try catch block, and then let's catch any error. Right. Okay, yeah, internal server error. And then what we simply need to do here is let's create a variable for applications. This goes to await. So application dot find and delete, not update. So let's change this to delete. And then I want to delete from user. User ID, right? I'm going to delete using user ID. And then if it's successful, what we're just going to do is res.status 200 application deleted successfully, right? And then we also need another method for updating the status, right? Because as you can remember, our default status is going to be pending, but we want a situation where we can update the status. So update application status, which is going to take in an async method. We need a request, a response, and then what we are simply doing here, we need an ID. We need an ID which is going to come from request.params.id, and then status which is going to come from the request.body, right? So now we are just going to check our status right there. If any of the values coming from the request.body are not equal to pending, right? Accepted and rejected, and then we dot includes, right? So what we are simply going to do is we are just going to return a response that's code 400 invalid status, right? And then after this, let's just remove this item. And then after this, what we are just going to create a try catch block, right? And then we create an application which is called to await find by ID and update, right? And then we update using the ID, and then status, we replace the status, right? And then we pass in new to true, right? And then what we can simply do is if there is no application, right? Somehow, if there is no application, somehow we want to check if the application doesn't exist, right? We just alert the user that the application is not found, right? So that's it for application controller. We created the method for creating an application, getting application by vacancy ID, getting application by company ID. So what this populate method does in Mongoose is you can see that inside our application here, we have the company, resume, user ID, and then vacancy ID. As you can see, if you think of this in SQL, it's more of like their foreign keys, right? So what this populate does is it allows us to populate information from our user schema, right? Our user schema, information from this user schema, and then information from the resume schema, right? That is our user resume, as you can see, like this, right? So now that we are done, let's move on to our application route. So let's create an application route, application route.js, right? So I'm just going to copy the resume route here, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and then let's change this to application control, and then let's make sure let's go to application controller, application control. Now with that we are done with the application controller, so I can easily go inside our route, right? And then here I'm just going to change this to application controller dot create application, and then here application controller dot get application by vacancy ID, right? And then we also need a get method, also a get method, and then it's going to be application dot get application by user ID. Let's copy it again, right? Let's copy this, and then get application dot get application by vacancy ID, we have already gotten by vacancy ID, by user ID, so by company ID right there. And then for the delete, just say application controller to delete application, right? And then we also have another method for updating, which is a patch, right? So we are done with this. And then now let's go inside our server.js. Let's import the application route. Application route is goes to application route, and then here let's choose applications route, right? Now that we are done, let's try to create an application, right? So applications, okay. Let's post method. What do we need for an application? We need the company ID. So let's try to get a company ID. Login company. So let's just say log in company like this. Post request. Okay, so it's supposed to be API login company, and then let's get the company ID, right? Yes, the company ID, copy, and then let's change this from resume to company. It's going to be text. Let's paste it. And then we also need a resume. So let's change this to resumes. Let's try to get a resume. Access denied. No. Okay, so first let's try to log in, or let's try to get a user token, because our routes are protected, right? So resumes, vacancies, resumes, and then authorization. We need a bearer token, and then let's paste this right there. Let's try to get right. So we've gotten our resume ID right there, and then resume, and then now we need a user ID. So the user ID, you'll get it from our login right here. So I'm just going to copy this user ID, paste it here. The last thing we need is the vacancy. Vacancy ID. So if we, and then vacancies. Let's try to get vacancies. You have a missing field. Oh, okay, supposed to get. So somehow cannot set header after they are sent to client. Okay, I think our server just crashed. Let's try to run it again. So npm start. So we're getting the vacancy model. There's something going on. Cannot override vacancy once called. Vacancy model once compiled. So let's go to our vacancy model. let's see what's going on. So I think there's nothing going on here. I think it might be inside our application controller 220. This way you're getting an error. It's coming from here in application.save. So let's try to just remove this and then let's try to run our save again. Okay, so it might be due to our we made a typo inside our route file. So application route update application status, right? Update application status, and then here we need to delete user application, right? Like this. So it made a typo there. So let's try to run and let's see. Okay, now our server is running on port 6030. Now let's go back to our, let's try to get our vacancies, right? Okay, so now let's grab a vacancy ID right here. Okay, let's go back to our resumes and then vacancy ID, let's paste it, right? And then let's try to post it. And then saying all fields are required. So let's check which field is missing inside our application controller. We need a vacancy ID. We need a vacancy ID, resume, company. Do we have a company? Let's check. Okay, I made a typo. It's supposed to be company. So let's, and then resume, user ID. Also, I made a typo. It's supposed to be capital letter I. Alright, so let's try to send it. Still getting. So I think let's try to stop the server and run it again. Alright. So it's saying all fields are required. So let's try choose the row or something. I don't know what happens to field. So let's try to use the row. So let's just go inside the form data. Let's just copy the company. Let's just copy company here. Let's paste it and then let's grab the value for the row company. So let's copy the company right here, copy company, and then go, let's paste the company right there. And then what we can simply do is let's copy this item, copy and then paste it below. Alright, so now we need resume, and then let's paste the resume, and then also need user ID, and then user ID, and then vacancy ID. Right, so let's go for a resume. user ID. Let's copy the user ID and then let's paste it. Then let's also grab the vacancy ID right there. And then let's paste it and then let's try. So it's saying company resume ID. So are we missing something? Because we have the vacancy ID, we have the resume, company, user ID, we have all the fields. Let's check the route. With application, so everything is there. Right, so I managed to fix it. It was not an error, but I think I was having problems with using the form data, right? So I just decided to create row in JSON objects, right? So we have the vacancy ID, resume, company, and then user ID. So if I send a request, you are seeing it is telling us that application already exists. So if I pull out our backend, let's check our backend. Right, so if we go into our application controller, if you still remember, right, we have the application controller here. So let's go into creating an application, right? So we know that an application exists when the vacancy ID already exists. That means that the user is already applied for that vacancy, right? So that means that in this case, we need to change our vacancy ID since we have already applied for this vacancy, right? So let's go and then let's try to get more vacancies, right? So let's try to grab another vacancy ID. So let's grab this vacancy ID right here. Let's grab this vacancy ID right here and then let's go back and then let's change the vacancy ID, right? So as you can see, once I change the vacancy ID, now we are getting application created successfully, right? So now what we basically need to do is let's try to get the application. So if we move into application route, right, we want to get application by vacancy ID, right? So let's just copy this right here. Let's copy it and then let's go back to our postman, right? So let's just paste this right there. And then let's grab the vacancy ID, right? And then let's paste it here. And then let's try to get the vacancy. So somehow we are getting an error, get application by vacancy ID. Somehow we are getting an error. So let's check what's causing the error. Get application by vacancy ID and then provide the vacancy. Application by vacancy ID. Okay, so applications dot get application by vacancy ID. So I think it's because okay guys, so the reason why we're getting an error when trying to retrieve certain applications is because we forgot to put this // right? So make sure you put the / here, / and then / and then the parameter, right? So now if we go back to our postman, let's go back to postman, right? And then we'll go to get applications by company ID and then we place in the company ID. You can see now we have gotten the applications that the company has received. The first application has been accepted, the other one is pending, right? And then we can also get application by user ID. That means that the applications that the user sent, right? So let's get application by user ID. You can see that this user has sent 2 applications, right? The first one, this one, has sent 1 application, which is still pending, right? So we can change this application status. to we can change this application status to what, to accepted or rejected. So what I'm just going to do is, let's go here and then applications, let's go to body, and then let's go to row, and then we are just going to type in status. So our status is going to be rejected, and then we need to change this from post to page, right? So if we send this to, and then here we forgot, we need the application ID. As you can see, access denied, no token provided, so we need to get a token. So let's go to company, and then let's get the token right there, and then let's go back to our page, and then authorization, it's going to be a bearer token, and then let's just paste it there. As you can see, application status updated successfully. So if we go back to our to this user, right, get applications by user ID, this application was pending. As you can see, now the application status is changed to rejected, right? So you can now play along with other endpoints, right? And then you make sure that you just change these values, right? So that was it, guys, for the application section. In the next video, we are going to be retrieving the user data. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we are going to continue with our backend series for our job board application. So in this video, we are going to be getting the user data, right, from our Mongoose, from our MongoDB, right? So we already have the user model right here, which is contains a user schema that is going to store our data inside MongoDB, right? So we already created this. Now we just want to retrieve the user data. So now we can go into the controller folder. I'm just going to create a file folder, user controller .js. Right. So first of all, we just need a user. Which is going to come from the user model, right? And then we need our middleware for uploading our file using Mounter, right? So in this case, this middleware is going to be named, we have the resume.upload, we have the category.upload, right? So what I'm basically going to do is I'm just going to copy this right here, and then I'm just going to change it to profile.upload, because it's just one and the same thing, right? So now, okay, profile.upload.js. So don't forget the .js, right? And then I'm just going to change this from categories to resume, because we want to profile, because we want to store images inside our profile folder. So if you go inside your uploads folder, just create a folder called uploads, right? Now back to our controller, right? What I'm simply going to do here is open up, and then middleware, and then profile.upload, right? And then we just need to export a couple function, right? Module.exports is equal to, first we need the get user function, right? So let's call it get user by ID. It's an asynchronous function. It takes in the request, a response, right? It's a request, a response, and then basically what we need is now we need to create a try catch block, right? A try catch block. Now let's create a constant variable to store our ID, right? So this ID is going to come from the request.params.id. right there, right? And then the second one, we need the user, which is called to await user dot find user by ID, right? Dot find user by ID. Let's get rid of this. So we just want to get the user by ID, right? And then what we need to do is we need to destructure. So we need the password _v, and then created it, and then we also the user data. Alright, so this user data is equals to user dot underscore doc, right? Like this, right? So now basically what we need to do now next is now we just need to return the user data dot JSON, and then we just pass in the user data, right? Dot JSON, and then we just pass in the user data, right? Like this. All right, so this is the user data. So if somehow there is an error, we are simply going to catch that error, right? And then let's change this to error, and then if there's an error, and then we'll just return an internal server error plus we are just going to return the internal server error, and then plus the error. Okay, so internal server error, and then the error dot message, right? And then we just need to show the user this error, right there, right? So that's the method for getting the user ID. Now we need a method for updating the user, right? So to update the user, we just use this method get user, right? And then it's going to be an async function. It's going to take in a request, a response, and then basically what we need here is we need the username, first name, last name, right? And then those things are going to come from the request.body, right? They're going to come from the request.body. And then we also need an ID, which is going to come from request.params.id, right? And then now we need we need to create an upload function. So this upload function is going to take in a request, a response, and then an async function, which is going to take in an error as an argument, and then right. So right, it's going to take in an error as an argument. So the first thing that we need to do is we are just going to check if there is an error. If there's an error, then if there's an error, what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to return a status code 500 with the error message, internal server error, with the error message, error.message, right? And then else, that means we don't have an error. So if we don't have an error, basically what we are going to do is what we need is the image path, right? So I'm just going to copy the image path right here, and then I'm just going to paste it. So with the path, right, if this path is not equal to undefined, right, we are just going to return the image path, and then we are going to just replace the forward slash and backslashes with a forward slash. If it's null, we are just going to put this empty string, right? And then the next thing is we need a user. So the user is equals to user, and then we need first name, and then first name, and then last name is equals to last name, and then username is equals to username. And then the image, let's go to our model, right? Application user model. It's going to be profile image. So let's go back. It's supposed to be profile image. Right, it's going to be profile image. And then what we are simply going to do after this is we need a try catch block. And then let's create a variable updated user. Let's go to await user dot find by ID and update, and then we have to provide the ID, and then we have to put in the user, right? The updated user value, right? Right there. And then after this, what we are simply going to do is we need to response.status 200 .json, and then we're just going to display a message user updated. User updated successfully. No, we don't need to return the user data, so let's just get rid of that, right? Like this. And then if there's an error, we just need to catch it, right? And then we just display internal server error plus the error, right? And then the next method that we need is the delete user, right? We need the delete user. We have the ID which is coming from the request.params, right? And then we create this consistent variable deleted user, right? And then we'll delete the user, and then we check if the user exists. If it's not exist, then user is not found. Otherwise, user deleted successfully. If there is an error, we're just going to display that error, right? And then there's another error that I want us to fix. I was always wondering why the server is not restarting. So if you go to package.json, go to start here. Initially our server was node, so change that to node mon, right? So that means that any changes that you do when you save, it will automatically restart the server, right? So now let's see, our server is running on port 68, right? So let's go inside our postman, right? Inside our postman, and then let's try to get user. So first let's try to log in. And then let's grab this user by ID, right? User by ID. And then here, let's try to grab the user data, right? Okay, so we forgot something. Let's go inside our server.js. And then here we need a user route. So let's just copy this. I think we forgot to create the user route. So let's go inside our routes and then let's create a file called user route.js. Right. So the first thing is we need to import the router from Express route, right? All right, and then we also need the verified token and authorization from our middleware. So if we go inside our middleware, and then it's supposed to be verified token, right? So now delete user. Let's go inside our user controller. We have update user, get user by ID, and then delete user. Get user by ID. Okay, right. So now let's go and then router.get and then router.get and then we'll get user by ID. Put and then also delete. Here it's supposed to be patch because we want to replace some parts of the database and then we want some of the parts to remain the same, right? And then we just need to export it, right? So now let's go inside our server.js, right? And then let's copy this right here and then let's just paste it below. Let's change that to user route. And then after applications, let's just copy this and then let's just paste it below. And then let's change it to users. Alright, and then let's go back now to our Postman. Let's try to test our endpoints. So somehow API users, it's using the application route instead of users route. Let's go back. Okay, let's go back to our Postman. Try to get invalid or access token. Alright, so basically what we need is our user token. So let's just grab it right there and then let's go back and try to authorization bearer token right here. And then let's try to. So I think there might be a problem saying that cannot read properties of undefined user type. So let's go back inside our user route, verify authorization token and authorization. Verify token is supposed to be verified token and authorization. Let's copy this and then let's go and let's try to do some changes. Let's see. Okay, verify token, and then let's try to grab the data. Let's see. Right. So now this is the user data right there. We have the username. We have the username, email, verification, phone number, user type, right? And then I don't know why we are not getting. So let's go back to our body right there, and then let's try to update to page. Let's try to update. Use updated successfully. Let's try to get the data. Saying cannot read the internal server error, cannot read the properties of underscore doc. Why? Okay, let's go back to our user controller here. Get data, user underscore doc. So let's try, let's see. Alright, so let me just check out the error. So okay, let's try to log in again. Let's see. Maybe the user ID has changed. User not found. Okay, let's try to create username. So let's change this to register. Let's see what's causing this problem. Register user. User created successfully. Now let's try to log in again. Right, we have this. So somehow, and then let's try to get the data. So we have this user data right here. We have username. Then let's try to patch it. User updated successfully. Then let's try to get it. Internal server error. So there must be something that's appearing when we update by ID. Alright, let's see. Right, so let's see what we can do with, let's try to fix this method right here. Update user So what we can do is okay. The reason why is we were deleting instead of updating. So this has to do with me. I made an error there. So it's supposed to be find by ID and update, not find by ID and delete, right? So we're basically deleting our data. Right, so now let's try to create the user that we deleted right there. So let's change this to register. Right, let's change that to register, and then we need our username is Isheonesu48. Right, Isheonesu48 post. Let's post that. User created successfully, right? Okay, now we have the user. We've created the user successfully, and then let's change this to login. Alright, so let's grab the user ID. Let's use it to grab the user data. Alright, now we have the user data. Now let's do page request, send, user updated successfully, get. Now you can see we have updated our data right there. Hello guys, and welcome back to our job board app series, right? Continuing building our backend system. In this video, we're going to be working on getting the user, the company information, right? So let's just create a file called company controller.js. Right, so this is almost similar to the user controller, right? So what I'll simply do is I'll just copy this right here. I'll just copy this and then I'll just paste it inside our company controller, right? So basically what we need to do is we need to change this from user model to the company model, right? So now let's change this to company. Right, so that's the first thing that we need. And then so let's go inside our middleware. Inside our middleware, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this profile upload, and then inside middleware let's create logo.upload.js, right? And then let's paste it inside, right? And then let's change this to logo. And then inside uploads, let's create a new folder. Let's call it logo right there. Right, so now basically what I'm just going to do now is let's go back here and then let's change this to logo, right? Middleware and then logo.upload, right? So now what we need to do is get company. Let's change this method to get company by ID, right? And then here let's change this to company, and then also here we need to change to company. And then let's change this from user data to company data. And then we want to return the company data. Company data here. And then the next one is update company. We want to update the company data. So So I think we made a mistake somewhere. Update company, and then what we need is we just need the params, right? And then for the upload, we need the upload, and then we'll set that. Let's change this to the company. And then let's change this also to company. So looking at our company data, right? What we want to upload to check is the name. So we'll set that to request.body.name, and then the logo, we'll set it to the path, and then the description. Let's check inside let's go inside our model, company model. So logo, and then address. We also need an address. We can also change the company address, right? So let's get rid of the description to address. Request.body.address. Okay, so what else can we also update here? Phone number. Yes, we can also update the phone number. So the phone number, is what to request.body.phone number. Right, so we are done with the company. Now let's change this to updated company. And then we'll just use this company, find the ID, and then company updated successfully. And then if there's an error, we'll just going to return an internal server error. Right, and then on the delete company, let's just change this to delete company. Right, deleted company here. We want to find a company and delete it by its ID. And then here we need to change this to deleted company. If deleted company, then we'll just to company deleted successfully, and then company not found. If there is not, then if it doesn't exist. So that's basically it. Now let's create the company route.js inside. Let's go inside our route folder here. So company route.js. So it's almost similar with the user route. So we just copy everything. And then let's go inside company route. Let's just paste everything, and then here we'll just change this to controller, and then company controller right there. And then what we need here are these methods. So the first one is get company by ID. Let's copy it, and then let's come back here. Let's paste here, and then update company, and then delete company. Delete company, and then supposed to be get company by ID, update company. and then we want to delete company like this. All right, so now let's move inside our server.js. Let's import the company route, which equal to require routes, and then company route. Okay, and then let's change this to just to match. Let's change this to companies. And then it's supposed to be company route. Company route, let's see. So API / okay. Right, so it seems everything is running well. Now let's use Postman to test our API. Right, so let's go to Postman, and then localhost, and then this is supposed to be companies, and then / let's get a company ID. Right, so we have this company ID right here. Let's paste it there, and then let's get access denied because we don't have a token. Right, so let's get the token. Right, so let's go inside our bearer token, and then let's just paste our token that we got here. Alright, so let's try to get saying user is not defined. Okay, so I think there is an error. Let's go inside our company routes. User is not defined. Okay, so here we are supposed to change this to company. Let's check also here. Alright, so I think that was the only error. Let's try to get the data. As you can see, now we've gotten the data. Alright, so let's try to patch the data. So we are just going to try and update the name. So the name is going to be Webster Tech. What else can we update? Let's update the phone number. Let's just give it a random phone number +1 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right. What else can we also update? All right, let's update the address. Let's just Silicon Valley. Alright, so let's page it. Let's see if it's working. User is not defined. Okay, we have also another error here. So let's try to find out what's going. Alright, it's not supposed to be user, it's supposed to be company. Alright, and then let's try to send our data. Company updated successfully. You can see all these values. So if we try to get it, you can see now that our data is being updated, right? Alright, so let's try to do this. Let's see. Name request dot body dot name, and then address goes to request dot body dot address, and then we'll have one request dot body dot phone number. And then we have the logo, which is going to be equal to our path right here. Alright, now let's try to also update, because our values didn't change the last time, so let's try to page it. Company updated successfully, right? As you can see, let's try to get the data. As you can see now, our data is changed, right? You can see website tech, Silicon Valley. So we have updated our data. So we had some error in the previous video. So you just go back. Your assignment now is just to go back in the previous video, and then you just make changes here. And then make sure you assign the name to request.body.name, address to the request.body.address, then the phone number to the request.body.phone number, right? So now we can just get rid of this right here. Alright, so that was it for getting our company information. So in the next video, we are just now starting to work on the security, how we can secure our backend system, right, using rate limiting. Thanks for watching, guys. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we are going to be implementing rate limiting to our server, right? So rate limiting is a process whereby we limit the number of requests, right, that our server can accept. So we do that in a way so that we prevent like abuse. For example, we prevent brute force attacks or direct denial of services attacks, right? So, and also think of it this way, right? You own a pizza shop, right? You sell pizza, and then maybe you serve like 200 people per day, and then one day all of a sudden 100,000 people just come to your shop and they want to buy pizza, right? Imagine the amount of chaos that will be there. So that's why we sometimes implement rate limiting, so that, for example, if there is like a high surge of requests to our server, right, we use rate limiting to prevent our server from going down, right? So basically that's rate limiting in a nutshell, right? So now we are going to implement rate limiting inside our Express.js server, right? So we are going to install Express rate limit, right? We are going to install Express rate limiting. This is like the package that we are going to, the library that we are going to be using to implement rate limiting, right? So now inside our middleware, if you go inside our middleware folder, right, I want you to create like a file called rate limiting, right? .js, right? Rate limiting.js, right? And then first of all, we need to import like Express, right? I don't think we need Express, right? So we just need rate limit, right? Rate limit, which we are going to import. It's coming from Express rate limit, right? Express rate limit, right? And then now we are going to have like the limiter for the overall application, and then the limiter for our authentication routes. The reason being is that when it comes to authentication routes, right, we limit the number of attempts that a user can do, right? For example, a user can only, if they fail to log in, let's say if they have they only have 5 attempts, right, to get it right. If they enter the wrong password 5 times, or they enter the wrong email 5 times, then we can basically tell them that you have you have done too many attempts, right? You've tried logging in with too many attempts. Try again maybe in the next hour, right? And then for the overall application, we are just going to say like for every 15 minutes, right, you can only make like 100 requests, right? For example, you can only make 100 requests to get the vacancies, right, for 15 minutes, which is, for me, which is a lot, but you can play around with it, right? So let's create the limiter for the overall application, right? So API, we are just going to call it a API limit, which is equal to our rate limit, and then takes in the window, MS, right, which is going to be 15 minutes, right? This is going to be 15 minutes, and then after 15 minutes, and then the maximum is going to be 100, right? The maximum is going to be limit each IP to 100 requests per 15 minutes, right? And then we then have a message, right? So the message is going to be too many attempts, right? You have reached the maximum number of requests that you can make in 15 minutes. Okay, so you also need to note that we also use rate limiting also to prevent, web scraping, right? So now the next limit that we need is the login limit, right? It's going to be equal to the rate limit, and then so in 15 minutes a user can only attempt like 5 attempts in 15 minutes. Let's say an hour, right? Or let's just say in 30 minutes, right? Yeah, in 30 minutes, and then the message is going to be too many login attempts. Please try again later. Alright. Okay, so now what we are just going to do is module.exports. We are just going to export this function, the API limit, and also the login limit. Okay, right. So now let's implement this inside our routes, right? So if we go inside our user auth route, here we can implement it using our login limit, right? Login limit, and then we can also login limit, right? So we can also do the same for our company authentication, right? And then now the task is left for you is just to implement the other limit to other endpoints, right? So now let's start our server, right? So as you can see, our app is running on port 6013. So I'm just going to pull Postman here, and then let's try to log in. So as you can see, too many requests. I had already done it before. You can see our status code for 429, too many requests, right? As you can see, the request could not be processed because too many requests have been sent in a given time. You get. Okay, so thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. And welcome back to my YouTube video. So in this video, we are going to continue with our backend, right? Our job board backend application using Express.js. So in this video, we are going to be using Docker to containerize our Express.js application, right? So I'm not going to go into detail of what Docker is. I have an upcoming Docker crash course that you can use to gain like depth analysis on what you can use to gain deep understanding on Docker, right? So I'm just going to touch on a few concepts. So what is a container when it comes to Docker? So a container is just an isolated process for each of your application's component, right? So think of it like this way: each of our applications component. So in our application, our Express.js application, our job backend application, we have an Express.js application, right, that uses Node.js as our runtime, right? And then it also has another component that it uses MongoDB, right? So what basically Docker is a process for each of our apps containers, right? For example, we have the components for our application is an Express.js application and also a MongoDB application, right? So that means that it runs in its own isolated environment. So that means that it is completely isolated from on our machine, right? And then with a container, we have also what we call an image, right? So a container image is a standardized package that includes all files, binaries, libraries, and configurations to run a container, right? Think of it this way. So we have a container for our Express.js application. So our image is going to be a Node.js, let's say Node.js 19, right? So our container requires Node.js application, Node.js image to run our Express.js application. So basically an image is just a blueprint for our container, right? So that's what an image is, right? And then we have what you call a volume. So what a volume is just a mechanism for persisting and sharing data, right? And then one thing about volumes is that they are stored outside of our container on the host machine. So if you have like a Windows machine or a Mac, they are stored outside of the container. So basically, why are they stored outside the container? They're stored outside the container so that data isn't lost when the container is deleted or recreated, right? So basically, the use for a container is for storing databases, for example, PostgreSQL, sharing files between containers, and then persisting configuration or uploaded content, right? So that's what we use a container for. So now that we understand what's a container, an image, and a volume, so now let's Dockerize our Express.js application. So if you remember, we have our Express.js application, our job board application, right? So in this application, if you can see that this is the application that we created. So in this application, we have two components. So we have the Express.js application, and it also depends on our MongoDB, right? Because we are using Mongoose, MongoDB as our backend, right? So inside the root folder of our project, right, we need to create a Docker file, right? So just call it a Docker file, right? We need to create a Docker file, right? This Docker file right here, right? So from our Docker file, what we are just going to do is let's create, let's type in some commands, right? So we are going to say from node, right? From node, as you can see, it's giving us the node. We want version 19. That's the version that we are going to use, right? So what basically this is telling us is that we are going to use Node.js 19 as our base image for our container, right? For our Express.js application container, right? And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to set up a working directory, right? We need to set up a working directory for our container, right? So the working directory for our container is going to be the app, right? So that means that every image is going to be run inside this app folder inside our container, right? And then what the next thing that we are going to do after this is we are just going to copy the package JSON, right? So we are going to copy the package.json, right? We are just going to copy this package.json, right? Package.json, package.json or package log.json, right? We are just going to copy it, and then we are simply going to copy it inside our app directory, right? We are simply going to copy it inside our app directory, right there, right? And then the next command that we're going to type is the command that to tell our container to run npm install. As you can see, right, this command is telling our container to run npm install, right? And then the next thing that we are just going to do is we are just going to copy, right? We are simply going to copy the rest of our source code, right? So we are going to copy the rest of our source code. That means we are just going to copy config, controller, middleware, model, route, uploads, right? We are simply just going to copy them inside what? Inside our app directory, right there, that we created inside our what? Inside our container, right? And then the next thing is what we are simply going to do is we are going to expose our Express.js application to port 6013, right, on our machine. So we are simply going to expose our Express.js application inside our container. We're exposing it on port 6013, right? And then now we are just going to give it commands for our container to run, right? So this command cmd, we want to run npm, right? We want to run npm and then the start command, right? The start command, right? So now that we are done with this, we have successfully created our container, right? So this container uses Node.js, Node 19 as our base image, right? You can go onto Docker Hub and you can try to find another version of Node, but in this video I'm just going to use Node 19. After that, we are simply going to set the working directory inside our container. So the working directory is going to be the app, and then we are going to copy the package.json and package log or any package, right, inside our app folder right there. And then we are going to run npm install. So that means that this will generate node modules, right? And then what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to copy our source code inside the app directory. So we are simply going to copy all these files inside our app directory, and then we are simply going to expose our container to port 6013, right? And then we are going to run these commands npm and start, right? So as you can see, now we have this container, right? Our Express.js container, right? But as you can see, now we have a problem, right? Think of it this way: this is our one component of our application, right? That means this is our Express.js application. But as you know, our Express.js application also depends on what? It depends on MongoDB, right? It depends on MongoDB. So what is the appropriate way to do it? Are we going to write another Docker file and then we are going to run another container, separate container, right? So we don't do that, because the problem is, like, we end up having like different containers that are running. We will end up having different containers, and then maybe to run your application, you have to first run this Express.js container, and then you have to run another container with MongoDB, and it kind of makes it messy, and also it makes it difficult to deploy our application, right? So what we do is we use what we call the Docker Compose to define multiple containers, or Docker Compose, right, to define multiple containers, right? So what we are just going to do is I'm going to type Docker Compose .yml, or you can use yml, or you can just type YAML, right? So this is the Docker Compose right there. So this is the Docker Compose right there, right? So the first thing that we need to do with Docker Compose is we need to define our version. You can skip it if you want. So I'm just going, the version of Docker Compose is going to be 3.8, right? So it's going to be 3.8, right? And then the next thing is we need to define the services, right? We need to define what? We need to define services, right? And then for our services, what services do we have? We have a backend, right? We have the backend service, right? We have the backend service, and then on this backend service, we have the build, right? We need to run the build command, right? The build command. So what the build does is that it just builds the container from Docker file in the current directory, right? So it will build it inside the current directory, right? And then what we also need is we need to give our container a name, right? So the container name is going to be, let's say, jobbot app, right? So this is the name of our container, right? So now what we are simply do, we need to define the ports, right, for our container, right? So the ports for our container, now what we are simply going to do is we are simply going to define, we are going to map. So what we are simply doing here is we are mapping our container. We are mapping our container to our port on our machine 6013, right? The port on our container 6013 to the one on our machine 6013, right? So that's what we are doing. And then we need to provide also the environment, right? The environment that our application is going to run on, right? In this case, the environment that our application is going to run on is going to be Mongo URL. So it's going to be Mongo URL. So if we go inside our .env file, we can see this Mongo URL right here. That's going to be the environment of our for container right there. And then what we simply have to do here is we simply have to paste this value right there. Control V, right? Right. And then now we are simply going to define the volumes. So if you remember, we talked about volumes when we started this video, right? So our volume is simply going to be up, right? And then what we simply have to do, since we have this service, the backend, right? And then we have the environment that it runs on for our database. And then this backend service, right? Or our jobbot app, this jobbot app container, right? It also depends on another container, right? So what does it depend on? It depends on MongoDB. You see, that's how easy it is to use Docker Compose, rather than for us to just run separate container, right? Which is going to be mess, right? So it depends on, and then we need to provide the service name. So the service that it depends on, the service name is going to be MongoDB right there, right? It depends on MongoDB. And then we also need to define restart, right? So restart, and then we are going to restart unless what? Unless stopped. Right? Unless it's stopped, right? So now that we have defined our backend right there, which is going to be like our first container right here, jobbot app, we need to define another service that another service that what our jobbot app depends on. So this service is going to be, we are going to call it MongoDB. So just make sure that this service, the name of this service, is similar to this one. Otherwise, you will get some error. Right? So this service, it also depends on an image, right? So what's the image of this? The image of this service is Mongo 6. That's the version number. If you go to Docker Hub, you can even get like a latest version, right? So that's the what? MongoDB image, and then image is going to be Mongo 6, right? And then we are now going to give this service a container name. So the container name is going to be MongoDB, right? And then we also need ports, right, to map it. So the ports, so we are going to map it from 270, 17 to 270, 70. So we are mapping it our MongoDB, our container port, to the one on our machine, right there, right? And then we also need the volumes, right? The volume, we are going to define the volume. So we are going to define it as volumes, and then it's simply going to be data and then db, right? Yes, should we restart it? Yes, we are going to also restart it, unless what? Unless stopped. We are going to restart it unless stopped, right? And then let's define another volume right here. So volumes, and then the volume is going to be Mongo data, right there. So it's going to be Mongo data right there, right? So we are getting an error, property Mongo data is not allowed. So what's causing this error? Service. Okay, wrong intent. Okay, this, right? So we have defined what we have used Docker Compose here to define our multiple containers. So in this case, we have two containers. We have the Jobboard app container, and then we have the MongoDB container, right? So instead of running our containers separately and then having to sort of like try to connect to them separately, and also it makes it difficult for us to deploy, we used Docker Compose to just define multiple containers, right? So as you can see, we have a service, this backend right here. The first container is the backend, which the container name we named as Jobboard app. And then we have port 6013, which we map to our port on our machine 13, right? The environment, we have to define the environment for this, which is the Mongo URL. And then the volumes, and then it depends on another container, which is MongoDB, which we defined here. So that's how we use Docker Compose to run multiple containers, right? So to build this project, right, what you simply have to do is you simply have to type in this command, Docker Compose app build, right? So let's try to run it. As you can see, it's telling us that MongoDB refers to an undefined volume Mongo data, right? So I think there's an error here. Okay, so it refers to this. We made a typo. This is supposed to be Mongo data, right? Not underscore, but a dash. So now let's run Docker Compose app. As you can see, now we are running Docker Compose, right? So as you can see, now we are done here. It's finished running. So if I open my Docker desktop application, let me just pull it on the screen, you can see on our containers we have the job search backend right there. That's our container right there. And then you can see we have another container which is MongoDB. As you can see, this one, it depends on this one. We have MongoDB. Let's go to images. We have the Mongo, and then we have the job search backend, right? These are our two images, and then this is our container, and we also have the volume, right? The volumes, right? So that was it, guys, on Dockerizing our Express.js application. So in the next video, we are going to be deploying our job board backend to what? To AWS, right? Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we're going to be deploying our Express.js application that we've been building all along to AWS, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's talk about the AWS services that we are going to be using, right? So the first service is going to be the ECR, right? So ECR just stands for Elastic Container Registry, which is a fully managed Docker image registry by Amazon. So if you've watched my previous video on Docker, just think of it as Docker Hub, but it's just native to AWS, right? So some of the things that it does is that it stores Docker container images, right? So when you want to upload Docker images, you upload them to AWS using ECR, right? And then it also integrates directly with other services such as AWS ECS, EKS, and then Lambda, right? And then it supports both private and then public repositories, right? And it also provides you with versioning of your containers, image scanning, and also lifecycle policies, right? And then the other service that we are going to be using is the AWS ECS, right? So ECS just stands for Elastic Container Service, right? So it's just a long-running manager for your tasks, right? So what it means is that it keeps all your app running, and then the number of all your apps running, right? And then it ensures that the desired number of tasks are always running, right? And then it restarts if a task failed, right? It restarts them. And then so it allows you to integrate other things such as load balancers, right? So that you make sure that your server doesn't always balances the load, right? And it also supports auto scaling, right? And then when you're working with ECS, you will find that you come across what is called a task, right? So want to take a look at what is a task. So an ECS task is a running instance of a task definition, right? So a task definition is just like a blueprint for your task, right? And then this task definition defines which Docker images to use in your applications, right? It defines which Docker images to use in your application, the CPU and the memory configuration for your Docker containers, right? For them to run, you need computational power, so you define the number of CPUs and also the memory configuration, right? And also the container ports for you to expose, right? So if you have any ports that you want to expose, and then also it also allows you to define the environment variables, right? For example, if you have like MongoDB variables or Postgres variables that you want to use, right? And then also network settings, right? And then it also gives you other things such as volumes, logging, to see if they've had any errors, and also health checks, right? And then now a task is one time or a long running execution of that blueprint, right? So you can start it manually, or it can be run by a service, right? For example, it can be run by the ECS service, right? And then the other thing that you will come across is an ECS service. So an ECS service is a long running manager for your tasks, right? So basically an ECS service just allows you to manage your tasks, right? And then it keeps your app running, ensures that the desired number of tasks are always running, and then it restarts any failed tasks. And then also it allows you to integrate with load balancers, and it also supports auto scaling, right? As you can see here, we have the feature, we have the task, and then the service, right? So the purpose of a task is to run containers, or a container or containers, right? And then the service runs containers continuously. This one runs once, right? And then launch mode, you can manual or schedule it. And then this one is auto managed and also fault tolerant, right? scaling, you cannot scale a task, but you can scale a service, right? So it allows you, if you want to put more containers, if you have like more load, right? And then load balancer, not directly, but yeah, it's directly, right? So task recovery, no, you won't be able to restart a task when it fails. Yeah, but when you're using a service, it allows you to auto restart if it fails, right? So best use case for jobs, scripts, and then testing. And then this one, best use case for APIs, web apps, and then workers, right? And then the other thing that we need to look at is the AWS EC2, right? So an Amazon EC2 Elastic Compute Cloud is a core AWS service that provides resizable virtual machines in the cloud. So think of this one as a PC, but that PC runs on the cloud, right? Just think of it's a computer that runs on the cloud. So the Amazon EC2, it allows you to run servers on demand, right? With full control over, you have an operating system, you can install an operating system, and then you have a storage, and then a network, and then you have a CPU and run, and you also have like an installed software, right? So now that we have talked about these AWS EC services that we'll be using, now let's get our hands dirty in the code, and now let's deploy our Express.js application to AWS. Okay, guys, so now we are pushing our backend to AWS, right? So since you learned about ECS, ECR, and tasks, right? Now it's time to put our knowledge to practice, right? So here you can simply create a new AWS account, but since I already have a new AWS account, I'm going to sign in using root user email, right? And then I'm simply going to type in my email address. Okay, so now that now I'll simply all right, so now I'll simply type in my password, and then I'll simply use my fingerprint to log in, right? So now that we are on AWS console, right? So what we simply need to do is we need an Elastic Container Registry, right? If you still remember, I said that we upload our images to ECS, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a repository, right? So let's create a repository. So this repository, I'm just going to call it job board app, right? So this is the name of our repository. So we'll be pushing all our related images to the job board app, right? So if you go to the job board app, you see this view push commands, right? So this will give you like the commands to push like your images to AWS, right? So this is for Mac and Linux, and then this is for Windows, right? So you can go, you need to go to the first link, get started with Amazon ECR for you to set up AWS CLI, right? So you can go through this documentation, right? So I've already done that, so I'm not going to do that. There's simply what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to copy this link right here, and then we'll go to our backend, right? So I'm just going to go to our backend that we created here, right? And then I'm simply going to paste this command right here to allow us to log into AWS, right? So now that we are done, the next stage is I'm just going to copy this docker build command to just build our image, right? So if I go to here and simply paste this command right here, right? And then you can see now it's starting to build an image, right? Now that it's done building an image, you can simply go to copy this command where we are going to take the image that we have created, right? So now we're simply going to take that image right there, right? So now that we are done taking that image, let's copy this command for pushing that image to AWS, right? So I'm just going to paste it, and then I'm just going to push we are simply now going to push that image to our AWS ECR, right, to our repository, right. Okay, so now that we are done, you can see we have pushed this image to AWS, right, ECR. As you can see, now we don't have an image here. But if I refresh, you can see that we now have this image, latest image, and then this is our image, and then this is our image URI. So this image URI is very important. So for now, we'll just copy this image URI right there. And then what I'm simply going to do is I'm simply going to go to another tab right there. And then I'm simply going to type ECS. You can simply type ECS, which is Elastic Container Registry, right? Elastic Container Registry, right? So we want to type ECS, not ECR, right? Elastic Container Service, right? So now what we are basically going to do is we need to create a cluster, right? So let's create a cluster, right? So our cluster is going to be, let's say, job board app cluster, right? And then infrastructure, we are going to use AWS Fargate, right, which is a serverless and also pay as you go, right? If you want, you can use Amazon EC2, but you just have to do like some manual configuration, right? If you want, you can do like monitoring. You can turn on monitoring so that you can get like enhanced insights, right? But I'm not going to do that. So now I'm simply going to create a cluster, right? Okay, so now that our cluster is done, you can see now we don't have no running tasks, right? So basically now just going to our task, right? And then now we are going to create a service. So a service is best when you are creating something like our backend for web APIs or web apps, right? And then you can also do tasks, right? So I'm just going to create and then we are going to search for the task definition here is going to be, right? So the task definition, we need to create a task definition here before we create a cluster, right? So I'm just going to, I had created this one, but I'm just going to create another one, right? So I'm just going to call it job board app task, right? Job board app task. We are going to use AWS Fargate here, and then for operating system, I'm just going to choose Linux ARM64 since I use Mac, right? You can also choose Windows depending on your operating system, right? And then task row, we'll just leave it like that. And then the container, you can see here we have what we call container one. Now we need the name of our container here. So I'm just going to call it job board, right? And then that repository URI, if you go back to our ECR, right? This is the URI that we need here. You can copy this URI, right?
simply paste it here, right? And then the port is going to be 6013, since 6013 right here. Container port is also going to be 6013, right? So now we are done with the port part. If you want, you can configure other things like monitoring also, but I'm not going to do that, right? I'm simply not going to do that. You can also include environment variables here. So now let's create our task here. So now that we have created our task, right? No, we do that. Now that we created our task, let's go back to our job board app cluster, right? So now let's create a service, right there, and then job board app task, right? Let's use that one. And then this is the task definition, right? And then service name, and then launch type we are going to use Fargate, right? And then you can configure other things like load balancing, but I'm not simply going to do that. And then let's create the task. Let's create the service, right? As you can see now, this service is still running, right? It's still deploying. So let's just give it like a few seconds, a few minutes for it to finish setting up, right? As you can see, 0 out of 1 task is running. So that means that our task is still in progress, right? So let's just wait for it to finish, and then we can configure other things that are left to configure, right? Right, so now we have a task which is now running, right? So the next thing that we need to do is we go to configuration and networking, right? So once you go to configuration network, go to security groups, right? So there under security groups, what we want to do is we want to configure the network, right? So we want to allow our application to communicate with every other network, right? So what we simply have to do here is we'll add a rule, and then all traffic, right? Custom, and then we are going to allow every other, and then we'll allow anyway, right? And then we'll save the results, right? And then now that we have added a security group, let's go back to ECS. And then job app cluster, right? And then we want to go to the tasks, right? So if you go to the task, you'll see we have this public IP, right? This is our public IP. If you copy that, and then let's go to our postman, right? Let's run our postman. Let's see if it's working, right? So if you go to our postman right here, I'm just going to paste our public IP here, and then let's send. As you can see, now we are getting the vacancies from our AWS instead of our local host, right? So as you can see, we have deployed our job board application. We started from scratch, from building the backend up to deployment, right? So thanks for watching, guys. Cheers.